Franklin County Board of County Commissioners now in session for this regular meeting Tuesday, February 20th. It's good to have you all here this morning. We have a lot on the agenda, so we're going to get started. If you would, please rise with me as we do the invocation and the pledge. Father, we thank you today for being with us. Father, we thank you, Lord, for the wisdom, Lord, to hear and understand different concepts today, different needs, different things and circumstances that are happening in our community. Give us, Lord, the understanding and wisdom, Lord, to pass prudent and wise decisions. Father, we thank you today for touching Commissioner Sanders, Lord, and everything she's doing post this surgery. Be with her, continue to give her strength. We thank you for a speedy recovery in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Attorney Schuler, you said there was something we need to add to the agenda?
Yes, sir. Last Wednesday, I received, and Mr. Morone received, an email communication from Grayson Shepherd. If you'll recall, he is part of the entity, I think it's the Apalachicola Reef Association, where they are applying for grants on behalf of the county to obtain reef materials for the Buddy Ward Reef. He is requesting that the board consider his request to authorize them to apply for a $60,000 FWC grant to put more reef material on the Buddy Ward Reef. And so I'm asking the board to amend the agenda to include that item when it comes up under my time under the agenda.
Okay.
So move.
All right. So we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Amison, to amend and add this to the agenda, and otherwise we're using the agenda that's been published.
Yes, yes, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. So if you all also notice before you pass, but you can, I'm sorry, take the vote and I'll explain the times on the agenda.
Okay, that's fine. Any other discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous, 4-0. All right, so we are not going to approve minutes today, but we are going to pay county bills. Do I have a motion to do so?
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison, second by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Mr. Chairman, so if you notice on the agenda, board, public, so there are now times around each, next to each section. These times are fluid. It's for a couple of reasons. One, I'm trying my best to find a way where we don't have a 5-hour meeting one Tuesday and a 2-hour meeting the other Tuesday, find a way to balance out the agenda. So I'm trying to get some real times as to how long certain items take. In addition, a lot of people, one of the first questions they ask when they ask to be in the agenda is, what time am I on? So that also helps me determine and have a better answer for them. So they're not here too early or too late in either case. So the only time that is actually certain is at 5 o'clock this afternoon. You have a public hearing. That is time certain. So that is to say we cannot start before that time, but we are able to start after that time.
Yes.
That is the only time that we have to, really pay attention to, per se.
Yeah, things that have been advertised.
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Merle.
That's my speech.
We're going to go to public comments. I do have a couple here, and I just want understanding and knowing when you want to speak. About the Alligator Point boat ramps, I don't know if you're wanting to speak later in the agenda when that comes up. That's fine, or if you want to speak now during public comments. If you'll just let me know, Adrian Johnson and Andy Arnold. Do you wish to speak now or later?
We can go ahead and speak.
Okay, that's fine. Whichever one of you wants to go first. Just please come to the podium, state your name for the record. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Adrienne Johnson. I'm the Executive Director of the Florida Shellfish Aquaculture Association. We represent 377 clam and oyster farmers across the state of Florida and 67 right here in Franklin County. Our farmers are the hardworking men and women who produce high-quality shellfish that contribute to Franklin County's local economy, as well as a thriving local marine ecosystem. Our oysters filter hundreds of thousands of gallons of water improving water quality locally, and provide important habitats for fish and other marine animals. We all know that shellfish have a very rich history here in this community, and some of you helped bring the aquaculture program to Franklin County, ensuring that rich history and way of life continues. Now, on behalf of the Alligator Harbor shellfish farmers, we're asking you to invest in it. Reliable access to our farms is critical to the livelihood of our farmers, and the Alligator Harbor boat ramps are in a state of disrepair and have been for quite some time. Most of our farmers utilize the Sun and Sand ramp, which is barely navigable on low and negative tides due to the massive washout at the base of the ramp and the large berm blocking boats entering and exiting.
God bless you.
Bless you. Because of the state of disrepair of many of the ramps in Alligator Harbor, including the S-curve and Leonard's Landing, our farmers are competing with recreational boaters for ramp access, which has had negative impacts. Some of our farmers have had to make the decision not to attempt to access their lease on the weekends because the volume of traffic at Sun and Sand is just too high. In the summer months, we have less time when we have to get our oysters in by 11 a.m. Our farmers can't afford more complications. So while many figure out a way to get out, whether it's pulling a john boat out or back in their truck all the way into the water, the problem is getting back in with their product when their boat's weighed down and they can't access the ramps. One farmer I talked to called it mission impossible when describing what it was like to be a shellfish or clam farmer working without the proper infrastructure to be able to access their farms. The challenge of preserving working waterfronts is not new here in Florida. Franklin County can be a leader in modeling how it's done. So we're asking the county, on behalf of shellfish farmers, to address a short-term and long-term solution to accessing water. In the short term, we'd like to figure out ways, direct your staff to apply for grant funding from the state to obtain a grant to repair Sun and Sand. And in the long term, we're really interested in being part of a stakeholder group to identify other options to figure out viable solutions to improve water access to our farms. Every day, our farmers work in partnership with Mother Nature, and a lot of things are outside of our control. Fixing these boat ramps is not one of them. So as commissioners here in Franklin County, I know you all understand the unique needs of this community, which is rooted in our natural resources and an economy driven by folks who work and make their living in and around the water. You all have the power and the action the ability to take action today to support local oyster and clam farmers. So we're asking you to invest in critical infrastructure that enables them to access their farms, support their families, and contribute to a thriving local economy here in Franklin County. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Mr. Arnold, is that you, sir?
She pretty much said everything I was going to say. We're all in agreement with her. Sounded good. I have nothing else to add.
Okay. Ms. Murtis Wynn?
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Murtis Wynn from 255 9th Street. I'm just here to bring awareness to a growing problem that I've seen here in Franklin County, and that is homelessness. People are living under the bridge in old cars and on park benches and squatting in vacant buildings. And this is a year-round problem for us because we had the extreme cold. Now we're getting into hurricane season. And also, we're going to get ready for the sweltering summer like we had last year. As more people move here, our population grows, and so does the number of homeless. Also, as housing and rent increases, so does the number of homeless. Many people would say that it is not their problem, and they are not directly affected, but as citizens and taxpayers, it is all of our problem. I just want to bring awareness also to a non-traditional group of homeless people, those who work and have an income, but they make too much for public housing and not enough for private rentals. So they live with family members, and by definition, if you're over 18 and live with others, then you're considered, bouncing around for living with family and friends, and you are considered homeless. But they're not counted like the traditional homeless people. This just shows that not all homeless people are unemployed, lazy, or on drugs, or suffering from mental illness. Right now, Florida Senate and House are working on bills that will make it illegal to sleep in public places. So if found guilty, then they're to be arrested. And my question is, and go where? The jails are already understaffed. So if they get arrested, we don't have anywhere for them to go. So my concern is what will happen to our homeless under this bill. And a lot of times homeless makes people feel intimidated. I know how I felt when I was on the Riverwalk in San Antonio some years ago and stumbled up on homeless people right on the Riverwalk sleeping. So right now, I'm more concerned about the human factor than I am about someone feeling uneasy or feeling intimidated. I don't know what the situation is in the school as far as the homeless are concerned, but I do know that each Friday, they have a program called Backpack Buddies, and each Friday, about 300 backpacks are sent home with kids so that they would have food to eat over the weekend. I'm just asking for, awareness. I did speak to the city commissioners about this at their last meeting, and maybe we can come up with a temporary and a permanent solution to this problem before it grows out of hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burns. All right. First up on the regular constitutionals, Sheriff Smith. Good morning.
How's everybody this morning?
Good. Sheriff, I'm not trying to be rude. Could you remove your hat in the building, please? Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Major Barnes, I'm the jail administrator. I want to talk to you about the Intercept Tech 84 body scanner. Basically, we need this machine to keep drugs out of the jail. I mean, we do body searches and stuff like that, but this will actually look inside the body cavities and see the actual material that's inside of them. So this is the Intercept. Most jails have this particular one. It's smaller in size, emits a low amount of radiation, as you see. All right, it detects all the way from the shoe all the way up to the head. And like I said, it's got a small amount of radiation that it uses. It's easy to use. Most jails have them, as it says in there. Extremely safe. Has a low dose, so it doesn't emit a lot of radiation, so we can use it over and over and over again. It's got a quick setup, quick 3.8 second scan, so the scan is real quick, makes it less time for my officers to be sitting there dealing with the inmate. We get them done and get a good quality picture, as it says right here. It's got a better quality picture on it than most of them do, so. And of course, it's got a built-in camera that if they're sick or whatever, it'll tell us too if they have what their temperature is. And all right, any questions?
Now, so this is something you're talking about using is that opioid settlement money going to be used for that? Is that what we're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And just for the public's knowledge, about how much is this piece of equipment?
It runs around 150,000,
Okay.
maybe a little more.
Yeah, but it kind of functions like it does when you're at the airport going through TSA.
Correct.
You know what I mean? They can just
Yes, sir.
check you out real quick.
What they do is they stand into an area. It's got a place you just put, just like you do at airport.
Yep.
Runs a scan on you from head to toe.
Okay, cool.
And basically, all the contraband that gets into jail comes through inmates and people, trustees or people that are arrested.
Yep.
So make it a lot easier for us to find this contraband that's concealed inside their bodies. Because a lot of them are professionals at concealing contraband in their bodies.
Had practice.
And it could save a life. I mean, you know, fentanyl, I mean, getting fentanyl in our jail would be a risk to even our officers, and plus, you know, your loved ones in jail.
Yeah,
So
that's right.
having this equipment could identify that in their body.
And I want to just, while I'm up here, I want to just, I think Deborah's going to give Michael a little stat sheet, but Mike Watkins couldn't be here today. He's trying to get his money at the Capitol, so he was going to be here also. And, of course, he's, I guess, part of this also, because I guess NW Health Network is going to get the money. So he's on board with this. But, you know, a couple of years ago, he started funding a position for us that we call a care coordinator. And then last year, we got another position that he funds. And these two people do a lot to help people that have substance abuse and mental health issues, or someone who's just having some kind of problem in the community, they don't know how to navigate government. And in the last 6 months, Bill and Sophia have interacted with over 2,100 people. They've helped them with, get substance abuse counseling, mental health counseling, and everybody that comes into jail, they see them and interview them and talk to them and try to get them to go to rehab and things like that. So I just appreciate what Mike Watkins and his team are doing for us. And you'll see those stats. You're also going to see some overdose stats that have to do with how many people have died as a result of fentanyl or overdose, how many times they've been Narcan, how many times we've been successful. And that's just a quick chart you can see. You can kind of see what's going on with the drugs. And, you know, that's kind of our main thing is we're offering people help, but we're also putting them in jail. And so the x-ray machine is going to tie into a lot of what we're doing overall in the county, just to try to keep it drug free.
Sounds good. Yes.
Gentlemen, so Ms. Wynn was just up here talking about the homeless issue, and then she talked about possible legislation that will prohibit people from sleeping in public places. Is then our jail becomes a hotel?
No.
I mean, what
No.
happens then?
No, because if you're not arrested, you can't stay at the jail. But if they are arrested and they, if that does become law and they come to, and they get arrested, then yeah. I mean, we'll certainly have to house them if that's the course we take.
Well, that's kind of beyond all of us because we're not making those decisions. We just have to deal with whatever the outcome is.
Exactly. But it certainly would mean that more people are probably going to go to jail because there are. I encountered a guy yesterday sleeping in his car across from Ace Hardware. And I said, "What are you doing?" He's like, "I have nowhere to go." And he's a local guy. He said, "My family put me out. I got a car and I'm just trying to be somewhere where I'm not bothering people." Yeah, so it is quite rampant across the county, and I'm willing, if y'all have suggestions, you want to do something, I mean, I'm happy to be a part of the discussion. I know there's land behind the jail. We've talked about it amongst us at the sheriff's office that if we had a homeless shelter, that'd probably be the ideal place. Nobody wants it in their neighborhood. And up there, we already got stuff going on, so just food for thought as y'all deal with a difficult problem.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, like you've already said, Sheriff, we're really all together.
Yes.
We're not separate or divided. We're all together in this.
Yeah.
And whatever affects one of us affects all of us.
Yeah, but I could tell you stories about the homeless people all day long because there's a lot of it going on. Then there's people that are I call them quasi-homeless because they're maybe living in a camper, it's got no power, no sewer, and it's really not the best conditions, but that's the only thing they have, so that's what they're doing. And that's, then we're gonna talk about the zoning issue and all those things. So it's one big problem. I know y'all got, that's a lot to try to digest, but again, we're here to do anything we can to help.
Thank you. Is there anything else that needs to be presented before we take action?
Nope, I think.
I know you referenced Miss Deborah. I didn't know if there was
No,
something else
she's
to
got
do.
a couple of handouts she's
Oh,
gonna give
okay,
Michael, and then
yes.
he can pass it out to y'all.
Okay.
Just so you have this information kind of about
Okay.
what the care coordinator's doing, what's happening with the fentanyl in the county. I know that, people may talk to y'all, hey, what's going on? Are we having overdoses? And y'all don't hear a lot about it. So there's some numbers there just so you'll know kind of what's going on.
I don't remember with approval of spending this, would that basically wipe away most of the opioid settlement funds we have?
It will for the next 2 years because I
Okay.
think it's around 80-something thousand a year for the next 18 years. So For the next 2 years, yeah, that would do it in. But
So they're
really-
are they gonna, I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to cut you off.
No.
Are they gonna let us make 2 payments on it? How does that work out?
Yeah, I think Ginger's worked something out,
Okay.
so, I
Okay.
think she's been talking to Aaron about it, and I think they have something worked out, but,
Sounds good.
it's really, you know, I think the best thing to do with the money right now, and we're doing everything else, you know, he's given us positions to do a lot of the other stuff that we
Yeah.
need money for, but he's funding that through another source, so, you know, it's really just good stuff that's going on, because without these care coordinators, the deputies don't have time to do some of the stuff that we're doing for folks. I mean, you know, and there's another little brief outline of some of the things that they do, and you'll be like, well, you know, your head will spin almost, because sometimes I do when they say, you're doing what? But we really don't turn anybody down. If they have an issue and they need help and they can't maneuver government, or they can't get something done, then we step in. And the care coordinators are doing a lot for folks, so.
Good. Any questions from the board?
Mr. Chair, I got something.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Major Sheriff, do you all have the anti-drone system yet
Anti-drone system, no.
to prevent, drones from dropping illegal substance into your facilities?
No.
Okay.
And we really haven't had a problem with that.
Have not?
No, we haven't. I mean, our compound is fairly small, so we haven't, unlike the prison who has a much bigger area, and it's easy for them to get a drone over, but we have not had that problem yet. This is our biggest problem, just walking through the door.
Yeah. Any other questions? Pleasure of the board.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve this.
Second.
So we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Croom. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous for us.
All right, thank y'all very much.
Thank
Have a
you,
great
thank
day.
you for your time.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Ms. Renee Brennan, the 911, did you need to inform the board? Can we put Renee,
Yep.
the sheriff related,
That's fine.
pass these on?
Good morning, Renee.
Good morning. Renee Brandon, Franklin County Sheriff's Office, Director of Communications and 911 Coordinator. I am here this morning. We are transitioning our 911 from E911 to Next Generation 911. Just to give you an overview, NG911 is a digital, and it allows, the new 911 system will allow video, photos, and that type things to be sent into the 911 center. We have to do a complete revamp of our 911 system. Previously, we were with Solacom Consolidated Communications. We were in a tri-county contract, Gulf County, Calhoun County, and ourselves, Franklin. Those 3 counties worked together. We had one server station that was housed in Gulf County. We are no longer in that contract. Gulf County pulled out, so has Calhoun. When we transition from E911 to Next Generation 911, you have to be a standalone county, so which means more equipment, and it is going to mean for Franklin County better services. This transitioning from E911 to Next Generation 911 brings us up to the state level, in which we're already doing the regional grants for to attach our county to other counties. So when you're doing the mapping, it all works together. And we know this new generation, Next Generation 911 system allows us better communication to the public. When that 911 call comes in, because we're predominantly cell phone service now, there's not a lot of landlines left anymore. So it allows us to be able to service that person better with better locations and better services. And I have the things in this booklet that they gave you, but my suggestion is in digital and to stay with the Solacom Guardian that we already have. It's just going to upgrade it. Our 911 dispatchers, they know that system, so there will be no training cost. That will alleviate that type of stuff, and they're more familiar with that system, and it's been a really great system for us. But it is going to upgrade it. We do not qualify for the grant because we have the funds in our carry forward account. So those funds have to be used for 911 equipment only. That's the only thing it can be used for. So the money is there for the upgrade and the transition. I just need approval to use it.
Okay, let me ask a question, Ms. Renee. So anything that has to do with the equipment as far as training would not come out of 911, is that correct?
No, it will not.
Okay.
Those funds that are in that carry forward account are strictly for this transition
Right.
and 911 equipment only.
Okay, I know there are enough funds to
Yes.
cover this.
Yes.
There are enough funds available. One thing, when the motion is made, I would like to add in there contingent upon approval by the E911 board. We have sent it to them,
Yes.
the entire proposal.
Right.
And we feel that, they will accept it, of course. But we did send it to them and we're just waiting for their blessing. So.
And contingent upon the contracts and everything being approved by Mr. Schuler as well.
Mr. Chairman, you said, Ms. Brennan, that the 911 operators are already trained with this?
They are
There's no
trained-
training needed?
Not on the Guardian. They will do, InDigital has included, they are doing the training for InDigital. It is the same, let me see how to put that so you'll, when that 911 call comes in and that 911 screen comes up, it is the same screen that we have now. The only thing is your core service is going to come from InDigital, and that is all done by, of course, internet. But they're the AK Associates that you see in there for Guardian and Telecom. That will be done by AK Associates, which will be all the technical side of it for installation.
Okay.
But yes.
Well, if the money's there, Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve this contingent upon the E911 contracts and Attorney Schuler's approval on the contracts.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Crew. Any additional discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Brennan. All right. Ms. Sarah Quaranta? It's just me and ours, Sarah, it's not you. It's just me and ours. We have this love-hate relationship.
I was impressed. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Sarah Quaranta, and I serve as the Health Officer for the Florida Department of Health in Franklin and in Gulf counties, and I'll let everyone else introduce themselves.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Nicole Sandoval, and I'm with the Florida Department of Health in Franklin.
Good morning, everyone. My name is D.T. Simmons. I'm the Operations Manager and Public Information Officer for the Florida Department of Health in Franklin and Gulf County.
Richard Lewis, EMS Director here in Franklin.
Okay. All right, so we're going to try to be quick with this. I got 3 things to cover. One's community, one's health department, and then we're going to do one more community, okay? So the first one I need is everyone to break out their cell phones real quick, if you wouldn't mind, including the attorney. And I want to, okay, I would like you to go to our first ever Franklin and Gulf Community Online Resource Guide. DT is going to hand out a marketing tool that takes you to a QR code, but it's very simple. If you use the word Gulf and the word Franklin, you combine them, gulffranklin.com, you'll get to the website. So anyone, yes, is it okay to, Mr. Marone, is it okay to move forward and hand these flyers? Is that okay? Okay. So for everyone in the audience, you can go to gulffranklin.com. Give everyone a moment. Are we there? It's going to look blue-greenish.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes. Okay. Fantastic. So this is our hub, the Health Hub online resource guide of all the different services that are available locally in Franklin and in Gulf counties. We tried to create it as user-friendly as possible so you can access it on a smartphone, and if we need to make updates, we at the health department, our admin users, there's a way to notify us at the bottom, and it's in real time. So anybody looking at it, if there's an update, it will automatically update. So they're looking at the most latest available information on resources. So let's just take a moment to look. We've got crisis care, addiction recovery, we know how important that is, child services, food, clothing. Let's click on one. Let's click on medical care. Oh, yes, this is what it looks like on the website version. Thanks. So if we go, do you want to go to medical care? click on medical care.
Fourth down.
Okay. Do you see it?
Under
food.
This fourth one down.
Okay, so what we tried to categorize it in a way that we thought would make sense to the community, right? So we started with hospitals, of course, followed by other medical resources. So we put the paramedicine program on there. Lou, if you want to talk about it later. Followed by health insurance and how you can connect to a navigator, perhaps, if you're trying to get connected yourself or your family with insurance. And then what we did is we categorized medical facilities by city. So we started with Appalach, then we went to East Point and Carabel, followed by Port St. Joe and Weewa. So that's how they're categorized in the medical part. So let's just look at Appalach, for example. You'll see a couple of medical facilities there. You'll see the Florida Department of Health in Franklin County. There's the Apalachicola site. Do you see that arrow to the right? You can click on that. Do you see it, Mr. Marone? There you go. Okay, and so you can get access to the website, our phone number, our address. Gives you directions. It tells you when we're open and available, what insurances we accept, and the list of services that we offer. And oftentimes, and I've got some today, we've got flyers to promote some services that people might not know about. Sick visits being one, and lab draws being another. But at least this resource guide is a one-stop shop of always going back to seeing what type of services are available by each entity. So since I brought up sick visits and lab, I do have these marketing flyers here. But the health department, we do a lot of services for our residents and our visitors. And sick visits is a slightly newer concept. It's non-emergent acute care. So say someone in Appalach, say our provider, Brittany Beauchamp, our nurse practitioner, is in Carabel for the day, right? And someone in Appalach calls the health department and they've got an earache, or maybe they have a sore throat or a UTI, and they want to make an appointment with our provider. They can schedule a same-day appointment and go to the Appalach site where they can see a nurse and get connected via telehealth with Brittany on the other side of town. So it's a really convenient opportunity and service that we're trying to provide in this community, because sometimes I'm hearing that it is a little bit harder to get in with their primary care provider, perhaps. So we're trying to be a backup and support. The other thing we're trying to do as backup is lab draws, and that's actually something that we've had available in Franklin for some time, so the expansion is really happening on the Gulf side. But those are two services among many services that are listed at the health department. But we took some time, as we do kind of regularly, to call these places and ask, hey, are you guys seeing new patients? Just check it and make sure this phone number works, because I don't want to use a resource guide that's not helpful in the county, right? So I'm hopeful that now that you know a little bit more about this guide, you can continue to share it with others. The more we get the word out, the more we can connect people to the services that they could benefit from. So that was the one community thing, and I think it took a little more time than I was thinking I was going to do.
Well, Sarah, I want to share something with you before
Sure.
you go on from that.
Sure.
Do you happen to have an iPhone?
I do have an iPhone, yes.
Okay. At the bottom of your screen where you got that pulled up,
Yes?
hit the share button.
Hit the share button?
Yep. And when it pulls up, scroll down
Okay.
till you see the option to add it to home screen.
Oh, yes.
It'll function like an app now. It'll actually put it on your home screen.
That's amazing. Thank you so much. I'm extremely technologically challenged, so this is a big deal to put together, but that is extremely helpful. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so we started with the community project. I just covered the health department because I mentioned sick visits and labs. So I think next we're ready to talk about, oh, you took the sick visit? Okay, so we're gonna give you these two flyers, but just remember, the Health Hub stores all of the services that are available. But these are the ones that we're marketing currently. Okay, you got it? Okay, so the next one we're gonna cover is back to community, and I'm very excited about this project. If you've ever been to a CPR training, if you've ever been to a CPR training with Louis, you know how impressive his facilitation skills are. But I'm gonna set the stage for this, and then I'm gonna let Nicole and Louis cover it. But imagine you're at a restaurant and someone starts choking. What do? Do you freeze? Do you look for medical support? Or what if somebody is going into cardiac arrest or their heart stops? Do you just hope a nurse or a provider is in the room? Or could you have the basic knowledge of how to respond for that type of incident? So we have an opportunity coming, and I'm going to let them share more about it.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Nicole Sandoval with the Health Department. So February is Heart Health Month. So we have partnered with Weems Memorial Hospital, EMS, Franklin County Emergency Management, and ECCC to bring our community a CPR course and choking course. It's a non-certification course. It is free to the public. It's going to be happening tomorrow at the Senior Center here in Apalachicola, or also known as Holy Families. It's going to be at 6:30. And again, it is free to the public, and it is not a certification course. But I'm going to turn it over to Louis to give some more details.
So when I was asked to come, I was coming as a support, moral support. Didn't have anything prepared, so I'm going to kind of wing it here. CPR is everybody knowing it. You don't have to be certified to do CPR. It's extremely important for everybody to know. 5 years ago, we started, when I became the EMS director, we started a community education program where we was offering it for free throughout the community. Since then, we've done, I don't know how many, but hundreds of classes throughout the years. And we started tracking some data throughout the state. And disclaimer, I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, so the numbers might be different than what I'm saying, but it's gonna be pretty close. Throughout the state, they track the bystander CPR, bystander being anybody that starts CPR besides us. And the return of spontaneous circulation, meaning that we get somebody back. So somebody's heart stopped, and we do CPR, and we're able to get them back, and they get to the hospital with a pulse, or they leave the hospital to have hopefully several more years to live. When I first started this, our bystander CPR rate was around 10-11%. Once again, can't remember the exact number off the top of my head. And our numbers that we got people back was around 12%. The last time I pulled the numbers was about 3 or 4 months ago. Bystander CPR was up at 32%, and the Ross numbers where we got people back was at 35%. So what I noticed is there's a direct correlation between bystanders, you guys, people in the audience doing CPR to their family members or CPR to somebody in the restaurant. There's a direct correlation that getting started early, as quick as possible, and actually saving the person's life. And what I noticed doing these classes, that a lot of people was afraid to do CPR because they was afraid to hurt somebody. So just getting to work with people one-on-one, getting to do these large classes like we're doing tomorrow, hopefully it's a large class. I'm expecting everybody in the audience to come, if you're able to. But doing these big classes got people comfortable, knowing that they're not gonna hurt the people. So I strongly encourage, if you're not able to come to this one, they're gonna continue. And part of this class is that EOC people, we are certifying all of them as CPR instructors as well. And we have many CPR instructors with EMS. So even after I leave, this is gonna continue. So any questions for me?
Any questions, Commissioners? Thank you, Louis.
Yep.
And Commissioners, I would just like to stress that as a health department, we are heavily invested always in primary prevention. And those are going to be things like behavioral factors. Now, we acknowledge that some people, they have a predisposition, a biological predisposition maybe to heart-related issues. But for the vast majority, we recognize that behavioral interventions go a long way in preventing heart disease, which is the #1 leading cause of death in the U.S., in Florida, and in Franklin County. So while we encourage people to eat right, limit alcohol intake, give up tobacco use, get an active and maintain an active lifestyle, we also recognize that it is necessary to educate our public on secondary prevention, and that includes things like CPR. So this is why we're stressing this as much as possible. Thank you for listening to us all. If you have any questions for Sarah Caranta or myself or Nicole, please ask.
Mr. Chair, I got something.
Go ahead.
I think it's a good idea. As I look at the flyer, I've done CPR probably 16 times. I'm 2 for 16. So, or 2, yeah. You got to, like Louis said, you got to be right there at that moment. because you only, it's within that 8 to 10 minutes that you can save that person's life, and someone been in that restaurant, will it be beneficial for the person to know CPR. I looked at the abdominal thrust. That's a good thing to teach. I trained myself, but I had to do that on my wife in my kitchen before.
Wow.
Luckily, I knew what to do
Yeah.
as an instructor. So it is good that you all are providing these services, so thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to add too, I really appreciate you guys extending sick visits because as Ms. Sarah said, it is difficult to get into a primary care physician a lot. And as you guys know, we've lost a couple here locally. So I think that extending that service is going to be paramount to serving the citizens of our counties and the surrounding counties around us. So thank y'all for that.
Thank you.
Not to mention a cardiologist.
I'm sorry?
Not to mention a cardiologist.
Correct, correct. Yes, yes, very important.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Lewis, you're up next, sir.
Good transition there. I didn't forget to say, I do want to thank Sarah and the health department. We've had a great partnership with them for 4 to 5 years now. They've been amazing to work with, and we've done a lot with the community. So I do want to thank you guys for that if they're still around. Okay. So as everybody knows, I'm leaving as the EMS director. Friday is going to be my last day. We have hired our new EMS director, Randall Waltman. Randall has been in EMS for about 15 years now, and he's been working here in Franklin since 2015. 2019, he became a captain with us. He is extremely knowledgeable in our system and really knowledgeable in EMS as a whole. We've had about a month and a half now, roughly, of a changeover. So it's been a really thorough, detailed changeover that we've had. And I've known him for I've known him for what, 15, 16 years now? So I'll still be a resource for him if he needs anything. Just like I'll be a resource for all of you if you still need me. So I just wanted to introduce him. He's got a great personality, loves to hunt and fish, so big bonus here. But yeah, Randall, anything you want to say?
Good morning, Commission. Nice to meet you guys. I think I've seen most of you at least once or twice. Mr. Amos, or Commissioner Amos, probably not, but Commissioner Chrome, Mr. Jones, and Ms. Ward, I've seen some portion of your family members at one point or another, whether it be a patient or just run into you at a store or come to your store. With that being said, I just want to let you know that I feel like I'm part of the family, if you will, because where my roots aren't here, they are here as well. And, I look forward to working with you guys moving forward, better in our service. The community paramedic, to touch on that a little bit, we started that about actually at the height of COVID. We were doing televisit, giving flu shots, COVID vaccines, televisits. That's something that we're able to do. I even did a stem cell injection once for a patient. So our scope is pretty broad, so that we can continue to enhance the health care for the community and moving forward in that regard. Like Louis said, I've got about 15 years of EMS and working with local law enforcement, not in law enforcement, just working with them to build that relationship, and because that's a tight knit that needs to be built, because we're all going to be on the scene together at one point or another. Not anything for me or any questions you may have.
Any questions, Commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, just welcome and thank you for your service y'all provided the county.
Yes, ma'am.
Yep, thank you. And Mr. Lewis?
Yes, sir.
I understand you're not just leaving, you're actually leaving the county, correct? You've moved or
Yes.
don't live here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, just don't forget where we are.
Family still has property here on the island, so we'll definitely be here quite a bit.
Yeah. It's a different kind of moment because, Louis, you have done a really good job during your tenure, and we'll expect the same thing from you, and we do appreciate it. I think it's going to be about as smooth as the transition can go for us, but EMS matters.
It's
really
definitely going to be the smoothest one for a long time in EMS. And I do want to thank all the commissioners, Michael Marone and Aaron. You guys have been amazing working with me, so hopefully that can continue. So thank you.
Yep, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Right, Mr. Dingman?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Dennis Dingman, Summer Professional Services. Today we'd like to ask you to ratify bids that we received on the homes for the CDBG program. On the 24th of January, we went out to bid on 4 homeowner applicants and received those bids on February 8th. All those bids are in compliance. They all fell within the $140,000 per house limit that the county has set, and they are complete. The homes are for Miss Margaret Richard on 123 Hathcock Road, and her bid came out to be $95,390. Also, Mr. Ronald Custer at 279 Tallahassee Street, and his bid was $139,696. Approve Mr. Franklin Evans at 720 Ridge Road in the amount of $139,707.60, and also Karen and Jackie Foley at 723 Wilderness Road in the amount of $138,089.60. I might mention the homes came in again under the limit, and in fact the home prices were so good on the manufactured homes that we were able to actually enhance them. We spoke to DEO and we asked them if we could enhance them for efficiency purposes. For example, higher efficiency rating hot water heater, higher efficiency rating air conditioner, thicker vinyl siding, because these are the things that of course break down and homeowners have to repair. And if you're in this program, finding money to do the repairs is a tough thing. So we felt really good about that. And I can go into the details if you like about what we're going to be doing to the homes, but they are in your packet on the second and third sheet. Basically, Miss Richards is going to be a rehabilitation. I can expect there are going to be some change orders to her home. There's a lot going on with her home. Was built by her husband and his brother, I think, in 1954. It's a wood structure. We had the WDO, the termite inspector, in. We found some issues. When we start tearing things off, like the siding, to see if it's been sheathed, we don't even know if it's been sheathed previously around the outside of the house. We may find hidden damage. We do know that there's fungus underneath. It's not a typical off-grade home. It's only a couple feet off grade. So it's pretty damp underneath there. So we're going to have to treat it with borite. When we did the bid on her home, we weren't sure how much the bids were going to come in on. We have a budget, of course. So I did not ask for new windows. She has double pane windows, but they're aluminum, and I haven't seen it on a rainy day, so I don't know how many windows have broken seals. My thought is we would probably want to do a change order to do that. I've got a bid on that. I got a price on that, so we may see a change on that. Her septic tank we had inspected previously. Unfortunately, she didn't have her sink or her washer and dryer hooked up to the septic tank. So once we hook those back up, that may end up being an issue. The good news about all this is we do have the funds available for the change orders, so the county is not going to, the program is going to be able to take care of those things. But those are things that we expect. As far as the manufactured homes go, everything should be covered in that. Now, my wife gave me a call. I apologize, my wife couldn't make it this morning. She's much better to look at than I am. But she had mentioned that there was a concern about Mr. Custer's sewer line being hooked up. We had checked with East Point Water and Sewer, and they had told us that he did have a separate line, and he was hooked up, but we will check that again before we go forward. And again, we have money in the budget to pay for that sewer tap fee, if it's needed.
Mr. Dean, I have one question.
Sure.
Just out of concern of knowing that it's a great program. We've been a long time getting where we are. Thank you for all your hard work, you and your wife. November was a year ago when we got notice that we were going to receive these funds. That's how long we've been working on this project. The question I have, especially with the 3 different addresses that are going to receive new mobile homes, in the process of the homes being placed, where are the residents going to be living? Are they going to put the homes in front of where they are now, or how does that work out?
No, the program requires that the people move out for that portion of time that their home is being put in.
Okay.
Unfortunately, in the county's housing assistance plan, there is no living assistance allowance. There's a $55 a month storage allowance, and there's a $250 move-in and a $250 move-out allowance, but that's all there is. So, you know, if the county wanted to change their housing assistance plan, well, actually, it's the anti-displacement policy.
Right.
You could do something there, and we do have money in the budget for that, but we can't offer them anything because it's not in the policy.
Okay, that's fine. I just wasn't aware. I know that all 3 of them have asked me that question, so that's the only reason I asked today.
Yes,
No problem.
and that amount that other communities have in their policies tends not to cover everything.
Yep, I understand. Yeah, that's fine. I just told them how I would ask, sir. That's all it is.
You did mention it's been a year. I'd like to bring everybody up to date on that. The last time I was here, you asked for an update or a projection of when we might get 2 things. We're 3 months ahead of that schedule.
Yeah.
It is our hope that we have those folks back in their homes in the April timeframe. So we're moving as fast as we can. If we all recall, the county wasn't given the ability to spend money until August.
That's right.
So we couldn't do anything until August. Marie and I have been really, and I thank you for the compliment. Marie and I understand the situation here for these folks, and we've been really working hard to try to get this pushed up. So a program is scheduled to be completed within 30 months. The reality is we should have it done within 9 to 10 months of when we've actually been able to start. There's another reason why I say that, and that is because there is a lot of need here still. This next year coming up is going to be a new year for what are called community-wide need scores. Every 10 years, the census comes out, and then about 4 years later, HUD updates what they call community-wide need scores. Franklin County will receive a new community-wide need score, which is integral to getting a higher score on your application. We'd like to get this done before the next cycle comes out, so that if you decide that you want to go after another grant, you'll be in a position to, because you can't go after a grant until one is closed out.
That's right.
So that's why we've also been pushing to try to get this done, not only to help the individuals, but to help the county.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
being that you said that, Mr. Dingman, I know that, as you said, we do have a greater need. I know there were a lot of people that applied for this program and were denied because of a simple $1,000. They're trying to do the right thing. They're working hard. They're trying to, get help, and they can't because they made $500 more than what this program allowed for. I know that we as a commission contacted, and it's not DEO anymore, it's the commission.
Florida Commerce.
Department of Commerce.
Yeah. Florida
To
Commerce.
change the parameters because every county's not the same. Franklin County's not the same as Gulf or Wakulla counties. And of course, they said no, they're not changing it. So my question number one is have you heard of any, and how much money, I know we're still in legislative session now, the money for this program is gonna come out next year. Have you heard anything about how much it's gonna be, or?
We haven't, but it's typically somewhere between 24 and 28 million a year.
Okay.
Okay,
State
the
fund.
total program. Then the agency, of course, divvies that up the way they want. Typically, housing gets 7 or 8 million of that. Now, for years and years and years, and I'll say at least 5 years, they've said that they were going to up the allotment to each county from, I think the county, Franklin County gets 700 or 750. They've talked about going up to $1 million. I'm hoping that but they have to change the administrative code to do that. I'm hoping that they really look at it this time, because what's affecting our ability to help more people is inflation. It is just, it's brutal.
Yep.
And now the good news is we did talk to review applications for 23 individuals, and either they were over income, they didn't own the property, whatever the reason was. But we don't have any more open applicants now. So now's a good time to finish this up and then put you in a position, if you do decide to go after another one, to be able to do that. But that is our biggest issue. Wish we could help more people.
And Mr. Chairman, if it's something about a policy change, I guess that would come to this board for anything that we could do to help these people to be out of a home while their new home's getting prepared. So if that's a policy or something that we as a board need to address, by all means. I mean, I don't want anybody to be left out or put out because they're getting a new home and they don't have anywhere to go.
It's your anti-displacement discrimination policy, I think it is. I think that's how you say it. But we can get back to you on that.
Yes, please.
Aaron, we can send something to you, or Michael. But yeah, that's something that can be addressed if you all decide to do it. Not all communities do. Franklin is, every community is different in how they handle this. So a lot of communities just want to put the money into houses, and they feel that the homeowner should contribute something to that, if they can. But again, that's a decision on your part. As far as changing that rule about income and all, you have a legislative delegation. You might want to talk to them.
And Mr. Damon, one more thing. If you would, let us keep us attuned to the situation in terms of when this grant cycle might come up again, and that way we can maybe look at trying to do this again. Because, I mean, it did help several people, and I'm all about helping people that need the help. Attorney Schuler, I guess, do you need a motion to ratify and approve all of this? Or,
That's what he was asking.
okay.
Yes.
Can we do it all in one motion, or do we have to do it? Okay.
Same subject matter.
Okay.
No motion sufficient.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve all of this home rehabilitation.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion to approve. Second by Commissioner Amison. The motion was made by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion? I will say this, just to hopefully help the thing. I don't know how to go, Mr. Dingman. I've been talking now for a while with some of our federal delegation about trying to get St. George Island its own zip code. Because I know that with a grant process like CDBG, everything that's 32328 is added together.
Mm.
And that dramatically skews the numbers we're looking at to try to get people approvals for these kind of programs.
Exactly.
I think that would really help going forward. We don't know. I just wanted to make sure you're aware of that. I don't know when it's gonna happen, but we've been working on it. If we can get help from the federal level, maybe we can get that done. Because both the communities are both growing, they really deserve their own zip code.
Mm-hmm.
There's enough people there. And I think that would drastically help, especially the community of East Point, I know, that I represent. Any more discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dingman. Let's take a 5-minute recess.
Thank you.
Franklin County Board of County Commissioners now back in session. Up next, we have a presentation about the Alligator Point, Ball Point boat ramps from Mr. Edwin Lott.
Thank you, Commissioners, for having me today. I appreciate it. And our group, Alligator Point St. Teresa Taxpayers Association. Okay, so I'm going to be showing a lot of pictures. I'll add some comment as to give it some context. And so let's kind of get started. The area we're talking about around Alligator Harbor, there's several neighborhoods or communities there. I just wanted to talk to you about them briefly. We've got the St. Teresa community. We have the Bay North community. We have the Pine Street community, Mariner Circle, which is where the Sun and Sand boat ramp is located. We have the entire Ball Point community, which is a little more sparse than some of the others, but still a large group. And then we have the Alligator Point community. All of these communities represent thousands of people and hundreds of boats. Now, that's not the only users of the harbor, because obviously we have the leaseholders, the 67 leaseholders, and then we have visitors that come from all around, Tallahassee, South Georgia, Jefferson County, Wakulla County, to launch their boats, to go fishing, and to enjoy all the natural resources that we have in the area. So just to put it in context, there's a lot of people there. It is highly populated. The four ramps that we're going to talk about today are Leonard's Landing, and we're kind of going in clockwise around the harbor. So we have Leonard's Landing, which we'll be looking at first, followed by Sun and Sand, then the S-curve boat ramp, and you can see where these are located, and then finally the marina ramp. So we're going to talk about each of those briefly, and then we'll talk a bit about potential funding sources and kind of like a long-term, short-term plan.
Mr. Lott, can I ask you a question
Yes,
before we
sir.
proceed? Is this, in your mind, the four only options there are?
At this point, they're the only ramps that are call ramps in the harbor area.
Okay.
But I think it's a great question.
Yeah.
It's potential that you could look a little farther out.
Yeah.
And we can touch base on, I mean,
Okay.
one area might be FSU's lab.
Well, that's why I asked, because
Okay.
we'd had that discussion, and I'm not trying to hijack your presentation, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
We
Feel
had-
free to
we
ask
had-
questions.
We had that discussion several times on the time I've been here on the board. And up to this point, most discussions we've had about boat ramps in Alligator Harbor and in Ball Point have been, you can do it here, but we don't want it here. We don't want it here.
I
Find somewhere else to put it. So that's what's got us to this point. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I will add that there's two FSU locations.
Yeah, I'm talking about the
And-
old one.
Yeah, and
Go
there
ahead.
is the other one, which is
Yes, sir.
another potential, but,
Mhm.
okay. All right, so let me move along. I had some notes on this. It's a little difficult to move around. I'm just gonna have to do my best work guessing. Okay, so just a quick summary. Leonard's Landing, again, the top one where we're starting, it's a public ramp. Honestly, it looks like it's kind of co-owned by DEP for the submerged land, DOT for some of the right-of-way, and also the county has a piece of that ramp as well. It is completely unusable for public launching. The Sun and Sand ramp and Mariner Circle community, that's a public county ramp. It's barely usable. It is the main ramp that's being used right now. And when you get to see it in a little bit farther down the presentation, you'll see what I mean by barely usable. The S-curve ramp, that again is a public county ramp. It is unusable due to broken concrete and a washout, which the washout isn't that bad. But that's only recently unusable. And that unusable condition is pushing that traffic from all of the Alligator Point homes all the way back to Sun and Sand. The marina ramp, it's privately controlled. The submerged land portion of that marina area and that ramp is owned by DEP, leased to the marina, and we'll get into more detail on that in just a moment. Now, back to Leonard's Landing. This is the first ramp in the upper left-hand corner that we looked at previously. The county does own 1.8 acres. Here it is highlighted so that you can see where that is. The ramp is immediately below it. The county does own, I believe it's 0.12 acres right there adjacent to it. That's why I said You all have an interest in it, as does DOT and DEP. This is a drone shot on top of the land that the county owns, looking out to the south. I brought my son along because I found out when I first did all these pictures that if you just take a picture of the ground, you can't have any context. And it was very cold that day, and so he wasn't happy, and that's why he's kind of, you'll notice that. But you can see how torn up the entrance to the ramp is. That's been caused by all the construction equipment along Highway 98. They have just destroyed it, and that's the straight down into the water portion of the ramp. There is a pull-in. I'll show you that in just a second. If you look over here to the left, you'll see a truck with a boat. He couldn't hardly get out. I was actually spinning my wheels, and I have a four-wheel drive right there. That's the debris field that I was just showing. And then there's the washout that's at the base of that ramp. And again, the state has put up some barriers to stop silt and stuff from washing into the area there. Again, just context. If you look, you'll notice out in the water there's a channel. And when we first, I used to be a leaseholder myself. I did that for about 10 years. I was on the group with Andy and some others that actually hired the company. We put out a procurement, hired the company, and we brought them in to do all the surveying. And all those stakes that you see out there, they put those stakes in originally for us. And there is a boat channel that was designated just for that ramp. Again, another overhead shot, just giving you a perspective. And so really what it boils down to is Leonard's Landing it's unusable. If it were usable, or if there was a public ramp off of Highway 98 somewhere, a lot of that traffic that would come from St. Teresa and Bay North, that traffic, as well as some of the public traffic, would be more focused onto that ramp, and it would alleviate the Sun and Sand ramps usage. But right now, and in talking with DEP and a lot of other people, it is possible to look at some dredging there, but it is going to be a very big rock to push up a hill. It's going to be very difficult, if not almost impossible, to get that approved for a dredging permit, just being realistic. Okay, now we're looking at the Sun and Sand, and this is pretty impressive at how bad it is. And this is our main ramp. This is where everybody goes to launch their boat to get to Alligator Harbor. And you can see over here to the left, Kay's house. Well, she's lost her yard to this boat ramp. And that's her yard down there where my son is in that red circle. She's recently had to bring in a company to put some rocks, lime rocks up there just to keep her yard from further eroding into the bay. You'll notice that all of that washout, that's an enormous pit. It's extremely deep, and this is one of the lowest tides of the year when I took this picture. But you can see how it's over here to the right is Paul's dock. And you'll see that he extended his dock because he couldn't put his boat out there. All that dirt's being pushed out into the bay, over to the sides, pulled off the hill, and he extended it, and finally he gave up and just sold his boats. And let's see, what else did I want to point out here? I'll get into it here with another picture, but I just wanted you to see how bad that is and how steep it is. And I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but as you start getting that prop wash, you're digging it out more and more. The steeper it gets, the more you're digging it out, trying to get your boat and your trailer out of that pit that's there. Again, just another perspective. And some folks have taken to using their props to create a exit through more of the tidal flow, but right now it really takes a high tide to get your boat launched. And even at a high tide, they have to, find ways to get out of that pit. It's just getting worse every day. Again, more perspective. My son, when I took that picture, he was almost 20, I'd say right at 20 inches above the water. He walked all the way around on solid ground. Okay. So again, this is the primary boat ramp to Alligator Harbor. It's been unusable for the past several years. The volume of traffic has increased. It's increased because the next ramp I'm going to show you has failed and redirected all that traffic to it. The launch load, again, is just extremely heavy, and it takes all of those communities' traffic. It takes all the commercial traffic. I talked to Andy here just a few minutes ago, and I asked him, how frequent is it that you actually go out and work your lease? He has both clams and oysters. He works his lease every day of the week. There's 67 leaseholders. They need access to the harbor just to make a living and to make they can make a better living with better access. So anyway, I just wanted to drive that point home. Okay, so the next ramp we're looking at is the S-curve ramp. I know that there is some pushback on the part of the county for doing anything at all to this ramp. Well, that ramp has been there since the 1960s, serving our community. Currently, there's some concern about safety. There's a S-curve there. And to my knowledge, I don't know of any accidents that have occurred. But I will tell you, in the summer, we have a lot of traffic there. A speed reduction, I think everybody that lives there would agree that a posted speed reduction is appropriate because we have a lot of traffic at what is a public beach access point with a lot of parking. A lot of people are pulling things out of their trunks. They're right next to the road. And that whole area needs to be slowed down. Separate issue, I understand that, but still it needs to be looked at. So this is looking down towards the ramp. This is an overhead shot showing you what little piece of concrete we're talking about that will help alleviate some traffic on Sun and Sand. And it's not a massive work effort. It's just some broken up concrete that if fixed, it could be usable. Again, another perspective, just showing a little bit more of the area where boats go out. There's a post out there that helps guide people in. This is starting to show the cracks and how it's deviated. And then, again, my son is there smiling. His foot, I had him put his foot there because that's a gap of about that tall in that concrete. Those things are grabbing axles and breaking them off, and that just needs to be removed, replaced, and it will serve us again, frankly, if we can just get that repaired. So a couple of reasons for repairing this ramp. It's the only hard surface ramp usable by non-four-wheel drive vehicles on Alligator Harbor. So if we have a lot of people that come do VRBO, vacation rental, they bring small boats with them, they bring their jet skis with them. This is a perfect kind of ramp for those folks to be able to launch in a vehicle that's not four-wheel drive. And it is the same service that would be provided to the others of the community as well. Parking's never been needed at this ramp. Parking is always brought up as an issue. But the way people use this ramp when they're either renting or living there is that they go in, they drop off their vessel, someone drives that back over to where the house is, and then they pull the vehicle and the trailer away. So that's how it's used typically. And during the summer, it's used pretty much nonstop. It starts Friday afternoon. People use it all Saturday, all Sunday, and Sunday afternoon is pulling your stuff out, typically. Let's see. What ABSTA is offering is that we would provide up to $10,000 to resurface that ramp, to make that usable and to offload that traffic over at Sun and Sand. If that would help the county make their decision to move this repair forward. DEP, I've been working with a lady at DEP. I've copied Mr. Marone as well as Mr. Curenton on a reply that we're waiting on from DEP. She's in training in Tallahassee right now. But DEP does not require engineered drawings or stamped drawings. This can be done just, with a computer. Anyone can do it. So we can take the concern of Dewberry worried about being sued again for something that's unrelated, which is the multimodal bike path. That's a separate issue. when it comes to worrying about that lawsuit. Okay, now we're moving over to the marina. So it turns out, and I just learned from Mr. Bruckner moments ago, that DEP owns just the submerged land. Any of that dirt real estate over there is, in fact, the property of the marina. The ramp itself, there may be some portions of that ramp that are owned by DEP and others by the marina. There is a lease that the marina has. I've got details of that lease included here. Again, here's a downward looking shot. But this is the one I really want to draw your attention to. This is more of the original footprint of the ramp. It actually goes out here to the right. As it's been, as riprap has been added to the ramp, it looks like they add it by going down the ramp itself, adding the riprap to the edges, and it's making it smaller and smaller. And there's a piling there down at the end, which further tightens it up. But the flow of the water periodically can build that sand up 2 feet deep, going almost all the way up. Oftentimes, there are four-wheel drives pulling out four-wheel drives with a boat on the back at the end of it. There is minimal language in the current lease between DEP and the marina owner regarding maintenance. And the DEP owner has said that they feel that this is a liability to them, and they have very little interest in any kind of maintenance on that ramp. We're not expecting things to change.
So maybe they need to sell the marina then. They own the ramp. But go ahead.
Yep. Or maybe DEP could lease that to someone else.
I think that'd help them with the ramp if they would make the maintenance to it. I mean,
So-
in a perfect world, I think it could work, is all I'm saying. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I completely agree. So pretty much I've laid out everything regarding the marina ramp. The marina does get there's a 10-year lease is what they've got. They pay $6,900 a year, which is cheap. But it seems like they would be able to afford a little bit of maintenance on the ramp to help offload the problem, but so far that's not looking good, and we're moving forward with what we have and what we can control, and that's working with the county.
Right.
Okay, so yeah, the next thing is, where's the money? Well, Aaron's been extremely helpful, as has Mr. Marone. FWC, the Boating Access Improvement Program, I mentioned that a few weeks ago when I spoke briefly. The processing for those grant requests started January 19th. It ends March 20th. We didn't apply last year in Franklin County, but we applied and received grants the previous 3 years, which is a great, track record. I'd like us to please try to go after that again. DEP has what's called the Stan Mayfield Working Waterfronts Grant Program. I found out, and I've got it in my notes here, that opens on March 1st, and it closes April 1st. So that's a tight 4-week period. These dates are incorrect because I pulled it off another slide, but I did look it up on the internet, in March and April. March 1st, April 1st. So just keep that in mind. It's a different kind of grant. It does a lot towards restoration, improvements, but it doesn't do park type stuff. Also, there's the state and county boater registration fees. There's dollars there. Aaron indicated there's probably around $14,500 that's not being spent on other stuff. So there's a possibility there. I also know about the Ballpoint Trust Fund. I know it's being used a lot for FEMA matching funds and things like that historically, but there is a pot of money there, and it may not take a whole lot to do a few things that I'll talk about in just a moment. Let's see. There is one other source of funds, and it's almost escaped me. You won't want me to say this, but it's the TDC. The TDC does one thing with those funds, and that is dredging. And there's a couple of big line items in the TDC budget for dredging. And one of those areas it's going to dredge is the ramp over at the Ochlotney Bay Bridge, which is really turned into a fishing ramp, or where people go out and fish. Every time I come across the bridge, there's people fishing and nobody really launching. So potentially, I guess you could take a little bit of that and do a little bit of cleanup there at Sun and Sand and get that big berm out of there. So think about that. And again, here's the dollars. That 97,000, I think, is what Aaron had mentioned, and how a lot of that is going to St. George and one other location, but there's about 14 left. And then here's the Ballpoint Trust Fund at 379. Okay, so giving you a problem without a potential path forward is not a good idea, so I wanted to at least talk about that. What we would really like for you to consider, and Mr. Marone would need your approval, but we would like him to be able to submit an exempt permit application to DEP for repairing the S-curve ramp. It would be a very simple permit, and it would be something that our community, Alligator Point St. Teresa Taxpayer Association, will contribute a substantial amount of that cost to get that done. And so we're hoping that we can do that and relieve some of the traffic over on Sun and Sand. The second action item is to give Mr. Marone permission to submit a permit application to DEP for the removal of that massive berm at Sun and Sand. There is an emergency permit that DEP processes. It's a request. It can be done via email. You would detail what you need to do on an emergency basis, like remove that berm before the summer season and alleviate some of the pressures for the aquaculture folks. And then I can give you all the contact information at DEP that is already aware of this. They have spoken at length with me about it, and we can make that happen quickly. But it would require a subsequent permit. The next thing is that we're looking, we know that this is a long-term problem. And what I've suggested is just a short-term fix to this problem. But the longer-term fix really involves getting a design and construction grant, maybe from the Boating Improvement Program, for Sun and Sand ramp. It's still, no matter how we want to skin this cat, that is our primary ramp. And so it gets heavily hit. That traffic backs up onto Alligator Drive. Parking is all along that busy road. And so that needs to be seriously addressed. And the second big thing I think we need to do is to consider funding a feasibility study for a public boat ramp in Alligator Harbor. We need one, but that need ultimately is dependent on, is it even possible? Is there a place where it could be put? Are there multiple places? And if we can determine through a feasibility study that there is somewhere it could go, or some places, several, then let's establish a stakeholder work group that includes the commercial, the residents, the county, the state, DEP, DOT. Let's get everybody that's a stakeholder in this together to decide where is it, which one do we select, if there is even one to select from. But we definitely have a boating access problem. It's a problem that only the county can solve because the public can't make grant requests. We can't make any improvements without your help. And so if there's any questions, what have you, I'll be glad to discuss it with you. But thank you so much for listening to us today, and we appreciate all you do.
Yep, no problem. Mr. Lott, I think one of the bigger things in the past where this is always broke down, number one, there's when we've had discussions of doing things with ramps in Alligator, specifically in Alligator Harbor, because we are very acutely aware of the aquaculture that occurs there. Mm-hmm. The state is giving out leases and continues to give out leases when it knows there's no public access there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Point blank and period.
Yeah, agreed.
At one point, we had discussions about using the old FSU Marine Lab, And it seemed to be a positive discussion until residents from the point said, no, we don't want that here. And that's where we're at now, because they didn't want the increased commercial traffic. They didn't want, it's already there. They said there's what, 67 leases? There's already commercial traffic there.
Yeah.
So it's not an effort. I just don't want the public to feel like this board has wanted to sit on its hands and say, well, they'll eventually figure it out. We're not doing nothing. That's not what we've tried to do at all.
Right.
We've addressed this several different times, several different ways. And from my understanding and remembrance, and I could not be remembering right, there's an issue with dredging in that aquatic preserve, period. Doesn't matter what any of us think about it.
Yep.
Doesn't matter what we want to do with it. There's an issue there. And it doesn't matter if it's north, south, or where it's at. That we can't check that box. The county cannot do it. There's an issue with Sun and Sands is actually an HOA, isn't it?
I don't think
But
so.
even if it's not, so when we go after grants, a grant, when the county goes after a grant, Ms. Aaron, please help me if I'm completely off base, they won't let you say, okay, we just want to do this, and that's all we want to do. They'll say, no, if you're going to provide this, this is all part of it. You've got to have adequate parking. You've got to have somewhere to park their boat and trailer while they're out, or their truck and trailer while they're out on their boat. Yeah, they might be going around like you're saying, but when we go after grants, we're not given that option. And most of those things, when they come to a point of this is the decision we got to make, the answer from the residents has been, no, we don't want that. So that's why we are where we are today. It's not because we've tried to put it off. It's not because we've tried, and I'm speaking for Commissioner Sanders, she's not here. Her and I have been on the board longer than any of the rest of them that are here. That's why I'm the one doing the talking. But it's not been in an effort not to do anything. But it's going to be in somebody's backyard.
Right.
Or multiple backyards.
Yeah.
You know, we have the KOA property there. We have things we can do stuff with. But we have to get to a point where the residents are willing to say, there's got to be infrastructure if you want infrastructure. And I'm not trying to belabor the point, but that's truly where we are, Mr. Lott. Go ahead.
Right, you're absolutely right on several points. I think it's going to take compromise on everybody's part,
Yes, sir.
including the states. And that's why we need all the stakeholders in the room together, talking about all of their perspectives and come up with some compromise.
Yep.
You did refer to Aaron regarding some of the extra requirements that,
Yes.
that you believe are there.
Yep.
I will tell you, I have dealt directly with the administrator of the FWC Boating Access Improvement Program. And I asked that specific question. I said, are there any parking requirements that are attached to your grant? And she said, no, absolutely not.
Please get that in writing.
Right, and
That would be great.
I will, I absolutely
I'm being
will.
serious.
Because so what's getting mixed here, and I understand it's easy to happen, is that some specific grants are being kind of combined with some other requirements of other grants. And I know what you're talking about. You're talking about that KOA area and the parking and the road improvement and all that. That's a separate kind of grant and a grant program from the boating improvement,
I
which
understand.
has no parking requirement in it. Now, anyway, I'll just leave it at
That's
that.
fine.
But I'll get that in writing, I promise you.
Yes, yeah. Well, and that's, so let's not even mention names, but talking about a completely other organization that we've dealt with repeatedly over the years that I won't name. They tell residents, people like yourself, one thing, they tell us something completely different. But what they tell us is what they're doing. What they tell you, they just tell you because they either want to make you happy or make you appeased, or if it's fine if you're hating them as long as you're not hating us. We have to deal with that.
Yeah.
And some of that does go on, sir. I'm not saying that they're telling you wrong. That's why I said have them put it in writing.
Yeah, I
'Cause that's
agree.
what we need to see.
I
That this is how it is, and they believe enough about it that this is the actual program, that it's written down. It's not trying to cast dispersion on another entity. That's not what I was doing.
Well, the really great news is we've got some new faces, new commissioners, new faces all the way around that are more than willing to work together to compromise and to make something happen because we need it.
It's
You know,
gonna take compromise.
this is not a want, this is a need.
Right.
So-
So- I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Crum and I, went to the state, to the Capitol for Legislative Day, and one of the things we brought up to, we didn't get to meet with Senator Simon, but we did meet with his staff. We did meet with Representative Schoaf, and that was one of the things that I had on my list. And Commissioner Crum can, if you can correct me if I'm misunderstood what we discussed, but one of the things that we did bring up was the increased boating improvements budget for number one. We did ask both of them that. We did talk about expanding Leonard's Landing and the other boat ramps. I had the pictures, I believe that somebody sent, I don't know if it was you or someone else. I had those pictures on my phone, so I showed Senator Simon's staff member, and he even told Commissioner Crum and I that he sees and understands the dilapidation of the ramps, because I think he said he mentioned he himself has been down and has used the Sun and Sand ramp, I believe is what he said.
Yeah.
So they are aware. We explained to them how important it is, and looking at these ramps, I mean, obviously, it is obvious blatantly that these ramps are in dire need of help. So even on the state level, they are aware and have been told and have been made aware. One of the things, as the chairman stated, Mr. Schoaf, Representative Schoaf did state that one of the biggest issues that they faced, because they've apparently already been trying to address this issue, is the dredge part. That is going to be one of the biggest hurdles that, like you said, I don't think it's going to happen. But we are working, and as you stated and the chairman stated, it's not like there hasn't been anything worked on with this. It's just things have happened the way they have. But they are aware on the state level of what we're needing down here in terms of the ramps at Alligator Point. So I just wanted to bring that up.
Has there been any discussion with any of the people you're talking to, Mr. Lott, about the old FSU Marine Lab? Because, I mean, there's already valid space there.
Right. Some of the discussion is dealing with the fact that there's a lot of grass now covering that area, and it would be a substantial dredging effort over a large grassy area.
Okay.
So again, it goes back to dredging.
Yeah. Yeah. And that aquatic preserve, I'm not trying to overstate it, that's gonna be an issue.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because, these designations are not something they go lightly on.
Right.
I mean, it just is.
That preserve goes all the way over to the new FSU lab. I
So
mean,
that's-
it is huge.
It is.
And the reason I did bring up that new FSU lab is because they have a launch area across from the facility itself, which is getting used quite a bit, and that's a rather large piece of land. I don't know if that's even a possibility, but again, I think a feasibility study could let us know definitively what can and can't be done, period.
It'd be nice if they would do the commercial area right there. That would be tremendous.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a hike,
It
but
is,
it's not huge. I
But if you
mean,
give a decent enough place to be able to launch and do what you need to do.
reliably,
Yeah.
reliably.
Well,
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, I did also bring up, Commissioner Crum, correct me if I'm wrong, I did say with these aquacultural leases, that's money that's not coming back to the county, if memory serves correctly. That's going to the state. So I was asking, why can't the state help us out if they're allowing all these leases? And, I can respect anybody trying to make a living. If they're getting the money for these leases, why can't they give us some money back, so that we can maintain or improve the condition of these ramps? And that's something else that we had talked to, I think was it Representative Schoaf, Commissioner Crum, we had mentioned that too? So, and I think we mentioned it to Senator Simon's staff as well. Because, listen, I mean, they're getting the money, but yet they're using our ramps. Not that, again, belaboring the issue. I feel like they could help us out a little bit, the state, from
Can
the
I
state
respond
level.
to that?
Yes,
Just a moment?
absolutely.
And I'm gonna ask for a little bit of help. Andy, how much do you actually have to pay in terms of your lease to the state? Right. About $100 a year per
So
lease.
not a whole lot of money we're
Not a
talking
lot of
about.
money
Okay.
there, yeah.
Right. But at the end of the day, I think the valid point to be made about the aquaculture, the whole system as it is, it falls under FDACS. And they're the ones that are finding areas that they want to have leasable bottom that's suitable for the program and making them available for people. It doesn't matter how much money they're paying, they're still leasing that bottom from the state.
Right.
Because these things are taking up the water column, if you will, okay, in that area where they're at. So, I mean, but that's still, it would be like, you having to build a house, but then the county's telling you that we're only gonna come a half a mile from your house, you got to build the road the rest of the way.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
You allowed me to build the house, you stopped the road a half mile from my house, but now I got to finish the road, so everybody else can enjoy it.
Yeah, I mean,
That wouldn't fly. I promise it wouldn't fly.
Right. I had called and asked them specifically as part of their I asked them for the criteria for putting in lease areas. And then I said, well, is there any criteria at all that addresses accessibility? And I did not get a clear answer.
That's the key.
But you know, that egg's broken.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh, it is.
So
It is.
It is.
we're gonna make it work somehow. We'll
And
figure
I'm
it
good
out.
with moving forward. I'm just wanting to make sure everybody that's here today understands this board has not tried to not do things.
No, we
with
understand.
the boat ramps at Alligator Harbor. It's been one issue after another that have prevented it. But if we can all work together and come up with something collective, and using your words, if we can all compromise a little bit, I think there's a way forward. But it's not gonna be, you know, this is exactly where we all agree it needs to be. And if there is a feasibility study done and they said it needs to be here and here, well, then that's where they're going. I mean, you know what I'm saying? So that's what we need to know going into it.
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
Mr. Chairman, I got a question.
Yes.
And please forgive me, people in the crowd, I'm one of the new faces. But I've heard mention of the KOA, and I've heard that the people in the community don't want the KOA. And this is the only time that we can have
Discuss
this
it.
discussion.
Yes.
And like you stated earlier, I wish Commissioner Sanders was here because we can go a little further back with it.
Yes.
But what has been the argument against these properties in the past from the community?
So, Mr. Chairman, if I may, to get to answer your question. So there are two people I invited here to the meeting to speak. First, I agree with everyone. To me, if the state is going to issue a lease, don't issue a lease if you can't guarantee access. I'm sorry, it's just that simple. But let's move on from that. The egg is broken. You're right. So I have Mr. Bruckers here from the Aquatic Preserve, the manager. He's here to speak about dredging. In addition, Mr. Alan Pierce is here because he has as much history as
More history.
I'm sorry?
More history.
Okay, more history. Well, I was comparing him to Commissioner Sanders.
Oh, okay, I thought you were talking about me. I said, he knows more than I do.
You're gonna get me in trouble with
But I thought you were talking
bosses,
about me. Yes,
But
he's more than
yes,
I do.
he has enough history here to answer Commissioner Amerson questions and provide enough history for us to have very good discussions as we move on with this process. So, if the board doesn't mind, and Mr. Lott doesn't mind, I'll ask Mr. Brucker first to speak about the dredging, because that seems to be the first hill to climb, and then Mr. Pierce could stand up and answer some of your questions, like Commissioner Amerson. I know Commissioner Ward, Commissioner Crew, you guys will have some questions that he could probably address here this morning.
Thank you, Mr.
And then we can bring back Mr. Lott, and we have some more discussion.
Okay. Mr. Brucker? Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. Well, I appreciate being invited. As Commissioner Jones has stated, we've been having these discussions with the county and DAX and some of our other state partners since 2019. It's actually been a while, and we even met during the pandemic. I virtually attended a county commissioners meeting to answer questions regarding boat ramps in Alligator Harbor. Being an aquatic preserve, but just as Commissioner Jones mentioned, there are a lot of natural resource concerns in terms of development and public use. To be clear, we're not trying to prohibit or stop public use of our aquatic preserves. We encourage just sustainable use of our aquatic preserves. And I agree with what's being said as well. There's more and more leases being allowed, and there's a lack of access, and that's a problem. A lot of the times our hands in terms of DEP are tied because we do not own the boat ramp. We own the submerged resources in the aquatic preserve. A lot of what has been suggested have been the boat ramps that have been brought up, as well as the FSU property, and you are 100% correct. A lot of the pushback was not from the leaseholders or DEP or the county, it was from the residents, that they didn't want the boat traffic down on the point. A lot of that too was during the development of the road out there when it was only a one-lane road. Some of the leaseholders did express concern about having to trailer down a rough road like that or a washed out road for access. We've actually documented a lot of our conversations and back and forth and presented multiple times with Mr. Carrington from the county and Mr. Marone. I believe you maybe were at a couple of those meetings as well. Speaking in terms of dredging, and I sent some of this material to Mr. Carrington the other day, dredging in aquatic preserves is very difficult. There's very pristine resources. It's an outstanding Florida water body. There's a lot of rules designed to prevent degradation of those resources. Alligator Harbor is very important because of the aquaculture. It's very successful, and we encourage it as well. And so dredging in aquatic preserves, there are literally rules that are written that say if you're going to do dredging activities near aquaculture, it's kind of discouraged because of the impacts to water quality. There's no way to prevent, if you're trying to dredge up all that material, to prevent it from getting into shellfish that are being raised for consumption. It's not like we're raising these to put back out in the wild. And while oysters do filter feed a lot, that's putting an excess and an excess stress on the system. The last thing we would want to see done is damage to the system to improve access and then have everything die, to be honest. Something I've spoken with Mr. Lott about were the grant programs that we've presented to the county before. I understand some of the hiccups there. We've looked at the property just to the east of Leonard's Landing, commonly known as Two Rut, if some of you have heard that. That land was purchased as Florida Forever land, and it's now incorporated into the Bald Point State Park property. And so there's a lot of valuable resources in that property, and we've discussed this at length with the commissioners, to where it is not necessarily off the board, but it may be that a better location.
Yeah.
The distance between the water and the road at that area is very small. The last little bit of land in that area acts as a buffer for any sort of runoff. So if we were to remove or alter that natural flow or the flow that exists now, we could be greatly impacting water quality, like without really knowing. In other words, more oil, more rain. If there's a boat ramp there, boat ramp trash, boat ramp debris, oil, fuel, etc., could have a faster path into the water. Now, we can't say it's definitely going to happen, but that's a concern that we think about when developing right along the water and that close to the road. There's extensive marsh habitat. There's protective shorebird nesting along there that's been documented by Audubon and FWC. So again, we'd be disturbing pristine resources within an aquatic preserve and now within a state park, like to develop in that area. To me, I still think the FSU lab is a great option. It's already developed. It's already there. There's a seawall. I know there's some excess vegetation there, but it isn't seagrass. It's marsh grass. Because there's an existing footprint, there could potentially be maintenance activity there. And that's one thing about dredging. If there's an existing permitted footprint, you can do maintenance dredging. So a lot of the times when the general public gets upset that we say there's no dredging or we allow dredging, it's because there is a previously permitted footprint and we're allowed to do maintenance. Well, we or the applicant is allowed to do maintenance dredging. A lot of the time, if there are concerns about natural resources that have moved into that footprint, surveys would need to be done. Either way, a permit would need to be obtained, whether it's a maintenance permit or a brand new permit. Something else we found is that there is no existing permit for Leonard's Landing. It's sort of a grandfathered in project, and speaking with the permitting office the other day, if anything moving forward would need to be done, it would be a brand new permit. So that's brand new permits from the Corps, brand new permits from DEP, and that would be a very long period and there'd be an extreme amount of environmental analysis done on that area. Another issue we have with dredging is if you do dredging in an aquatic preserve, what's to guarantee that you won't have to come back and fix it on a regular basis? And that means more damage to the resource, more changes to water quality. And again, we're not trying to prevent things like this. There are just a very strict set of rules, that the Aquatic Preserve Program does have that we do have to abide by. And I know it's frustrating. I've spoken with Mr. Lott, Mr. Jones, I've spoken with you. We're about finding a compromise.
Yep.
A lot of the time, we've just, said, let's find a different area, let's look elsewhere. And I know that's tough because people want what they want access, they need access. And it's a tough thing in that with the existing setup around the harbor, as we all know, there's not a lot of space for new anything.
Right.
And that becomes a difficult issue too.
Well, a couple of years ago, I don't know if you were there, Mr. Brucker, but they had Mr. Mahone and I went to an open house they had.
We missed you by about 10 minutes.
Down there at Bald Point.
Yes,
Because
sir.
they were talking about all the future things they wanted to do because of the newly acquired land and all that stuff. And we went down there specifically
For
to
that.
talk to them about a boat ramp.
Yes, sir.
And they was like, we're not putting in a boat ramp. And we're like, come on, guys. You got all this property and there's no even thought of a boat ramp? And they're like, nope, ain't gonna have it. We were down there to beg and plead and where else we had to do. I mean, we were there to do it. That's what we
Yep.
showed up for.
And I do remember, like we walked in and they
Yeah.
said, we just missed you guys. And a lot of that was about that property that's
Yes.
at hand. And I don't think it should be ruled out. I just think that as he stated, and I've stated before, feasibility study, environmental impact analysis, and that would have to be purchased by or done by the applicant that was going after the permit.
Well, that area you're talking about of Tura, that's actually in now what's called the Bald Point Reserve, correct?
Yes.
Is it part of it? Okay.
The state park, correct.
Right. Would it require dredging to be used?
Well, so the depth that is right there, there's a decent bit of depth right off the shoreline.
Because
But
it
then
kinda
to get
runs
down the
with the shore.
channel though, or what would be a channel, as anybody knows who's boated out there at a low tide, it gets to a foot of water or less.
Right.
So to create a boat ramp to when there's zero access right next to it would be difficult.
Yeah, okay.
For general permits for building boat ramps in an aquatic preserve, you're only allowed to dredge 100 cubic yards. So not a lot.
Is that per day?
No, I think that's.
Just asking. Just
But,
asking.
Something interesting that Mr. Lott has found out, and I didn't exactly know about, is the emergency permit, to where they evaluate that on a case-to-case basis.
Okay.
So that might be a way that we could, move forward to find out if that's even possible to use. I don't know for sure. I didn't know that was a possibility.
Right.
But I do know that when, projects of a scope of dredging and or building a new facility, in aquatic preserves, they tend to get a finer tooth comb going through those permits.
Well, and yeah, it's just all part of it. I guess it needs to be that way. You know what I mean? It needs to be. Well, let me ask you another question. In your opinion, if we were able to do a actual concrete ramp at Sun and Sand, there looks like more than 100 cubic yards to move out of the way there to put a ramp in.
That is correct. So again, that might be, it'd be interesting to see what the existing footprint of that boat ramp was when it was created.
Yeah.
Because again, is everything in that existing footprint, there is maintenance allowed.
Right, right.
Something new on top of that could be, well, because of, to maybe, and I can't, please don't
I
quote me on
understand.
that.
No. you're
But
good.
I mean, this is what I
We
would.
didn't ask you for it in writing.
Right, yeah, I was gonna say, I would look into this emergency permit, because it could be that this has become an emergency due to
Right.
this, and we're gonna fix this, but we need permission to do this.
Right.
So perhaps there'd be a way to skirt around that as an emergency issue.
Yep.
But that is kind of the issue with the marina too, is that upland property belongs to the marina, so they're only responsible down
Yep.
to a certain point, and then it becomes us, and
Right.
and that's where it gets tricky with the language and everything like
Yes.
that. So
Yes.
to dredge something brand new is very difficult. To do something the maintenance wise or on an emergency basis might be more feasible, is the best way I can say it.
No, that sounds good.
And this is something too where we've supported Sun and Sands, as a temporary fix,
Yeah.
but I mean that completely as a temporary fix. I think that
I understand.
what I'd like to see, and as Mr. Lott suggested, is that all of us get back together again. So DAX, myself, state parks, representative from the community, the commissioners, et cetera, that we all sort of all get back on the same page. It's been a while. We sort of talk about this and it goes away. And it's important. It's not like we're blowing it off. A lot of the time everybody's hands are tied or priorities change. And that's a bummer. I'm not going to lie about that. But I'd really like to see us get back together. I mean, this is like something I think that we can solve, or at least find some sort of pathway forward.
Yeah, well, you're talking about trying to push a big rock, just for everybody's personal knowlage. Last couple of years, I've talked with several across the region and the different things that I do on behalf of this board about what it would take for DOT to move the road there at Leonard's Landing. Kind of
right.
like they did at Windmark Beach.
Yeah, and
So
that's
that can be an area to make parking and to make, but not knowing about the dredging, I know nothing about that.
Right.
You know what I mean? So,
and at first that was our biggest concern too. And actually DOT and the state parks, they had looked at, the potential of the marina there. And I know DOT had said, well, with the turn right there being a blind turn and only a 2-lane road, without adding a stoplight in a weird location, there could be boat, trailers backed up, for half a mile, depending on the size. That's a very narrow strip of land
It
in
is.
there. Again, you'd have to develop a lot of salt marsh and, not necessarily protected habitat, but, state-owned, marsh and estuarine, like quality habitat.
Right.
So moving the road, it would be a task and a half, but I'm not saying it would improve your chances. It just might be.
it hasn't went nowhere so far.
Yeah, that's a bigger ask. That's a lot more money, I think.
It is.
Yeah.
But I think it would give minus knowing about the dredging, I did not know about it at the time. It would give a way that we could have an area that had a bigger place for parking, designated. Yeah, it's on the north side, but
Well,
it's
and that's
not
even
far
talking
away.
about, Leonard's Landing. If you wanted to try to refurbish that area, it's 700 feet from the shoreline to the leases. I remeasured the other day. I was originally saying 300, but I was off. I was thinking more about closer to meters. Anyway,
Listen.
it's about 700 feet. But just as was shown in that picture, even if you were to dredge enough to be able to launch, you've still got area to that deep water channel where those pilings were.
Right.
And to be able to put in more dredging and depth in there, while we know it's just sand and mud right there, we know there's seagrass just down the road and the aquaculture is right there.
Yeah.
And so
Right on top of it.
it's a very difficult thing. And then again, what's to say what would be needed to build or prevent that area from filling back in from sediment? We all know when the storms roll in, it pushes all the sediment to that north shore. So if you were to build jetties or things to contain the sediment, you would have to put up all sorts of signage. You'd be restricting, navigation through that area.
Yep.
So there would be complications there as well. Again, there's flexibility, but Leonard's Landing is a difficult and tight spot to look at. I thought we had all kind of moved away from that just because of that, but it's always good to bring it back up. But
Anyone have any questions for Mr. Brucker?
well, I thank you guys for inviting me to talk. If anybody does have questions, Mr. Marone, Mr. Carrington do have my contact info. I'm always happy to chat. I always see you in the hardware store anyway,
There
sir.
you go.
So anyway, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jonathan. Mr. Pierce? Tell us what we don't know, Howard.
Yeah. No, Commissioner, good morning. I've learned a lot this morning myself, and so I'm gonna have to try to revise some of my comments. One, as you all probably can visualize, 100 cubic yards of dredging is nothing. You won't get anywhere if all you can do is dredge 100 cubic yards. So that's a real dampening effect on the prospect of some of our existing ramps. I'll just kind of go through briefly the scenarios that I see them. We'll start at the old marina. The old marina is a private marina. If APTA and the old marina people could work something out, maybe there could be a sort of a neighborhood use down there. I don't have any idea if that's possible, but that might give you some relief because there is a ramp and there is some space, and maybe APTA as a private organization could work something out. I don't know. The problem I have with the S-curve is that there is no parking there. There's never been any parking, and never will be any parking. And if you make more improvements there, you're just exacerbating a situation. You're not really solving a problem. You're making it worse by making a better ramp that more people want to use, and there's no place to put trailers. And that's been a problem all along. The S-curve and Sun and Sand are both street ends. They weren't really, they were built perhaps as boat ramps, but they're just street ends that access the water. And they have a valuable function for that purpose, but they're really neighborhood spaces and not public boat ramps. And you can't really turn either one of them to a public boat ramp because there's just no parking. All of these ramps have the same problem that Mr. Brucker just mentioned. They're all in the aquatic preserve. All of them are going to need, if you're really going to have permanent, good boat ramps, you'll need to do some dredging and I'm sure some maintenance dredging. And that's just going to be an issue in the aquatic preserve. It's been a nightmare for I've worked for the board for 35 years, and these problems have not gone away. It's just because of the rules and regulations and the environmental conditions and concerns we have in Franklin County and the state of Florida has for our waters, it makes it very difficult to develop a water access. Let me go to two spaces that we have talked about briefly. One is the old FSU Marine Lab. I mean, as Mr. Bruckner said, well, it used to be a harbor there, and I saw it myself when I first got here. I did talk to Mr. Berry this morning, and he advised me that he has spoken to people that there's a reverter clause on that property, that if in fact it is not owned by the state of Florida, it gets reverted back to the original owners. So we need to investigate that, because I'm not sure that that's going to get us anywhere, because if we somehow get our hands on it or make a push for it, it may not come back to us. It may, if the state of Florida says it's surplus property, if I understand Mr. Berry correctly, it becomes then reverts back to whoever gave that land to the state of Florida initially, and I'm not sure who that is. He had spoken to the chairman of the foundation who told him that. So that's something we have to monitor, because that's not going to solve anybody's problem. One thing we haven't talked about in a great extent is the new FSU Marine Lab, and I appreciate you bringing out the fact there's a ramp there. There's a ramp at the FSU Marine Lab. There's a channel there. There's no dredging needed. The issue is, and this issue came up a number of years ago, is that the new FSU Marine Lab wants good water quality in their channel to service all of the studies they're doing in their lab, and so they're really trying to minimize boat access in that little harbor area, because that's where their water intake is for all their lab stuff. But still, gentlemen, we have a problem that has to be solved, and that is water access for the residents and the tourists of Alligator Point and Alligator Harbor. And on perspective now, it may be that we just have to go back to FSU with some bigger influence to say, okay, how much, what can we do, because you have a ramp and you have water access in a channel that does not need to be dredged in order to get the public in there. Is there something we can do? Mr. Billy Bezette used to be a big friend of Franklin County. He's in FSU. He's on the Board of Trustees of FSU. He might have some access and some ability to help us reason with FSU about we've got to solve this problem. There's not a lot of parking there now, but the St. Joe Company still reserves some land in that intersection for future development. They haven't done anything with it yet. Maybe something we worked out to create parking there. So now, initially I'd come here to say that I thought Leonard's Landing was a solution because we had land there. But hearing the discussion about the difficulty of dredging there, well, I don't know, maybe Leonard's Landing is not the solution. I'm very disappointed in that, because we spent a lot of time and effort getting 1 acres of land for parking for that specific site. So I am disappointed that this is not going to solve our problem, because we have invested a lot of resources trying to provide a solution for Alligator Harbor, and now we find out that maybe it's not going to work. So maybe the FSU Marine Lab is the new FSU Marine Lab, and that ramp might be the easiest, fastest solution to get that thing more accessible to the public. I don't know. We haven't gone down that path, because the last time I did it was years ago, and it wasn't really that big of an issue, because we still thought Leonard's Landing was an option. So maybe we go back and say, look, maybe we can use the new FSU Marine Lab, the ramp on the other side, not their ramp inside their fenced area, but on the other side, and somehow get some access there. It's a terrible problem out there, it really is. But I hesitate to encourage Sun and Sand or the S-curve, because there's no parking there, and as we make improvements in those two ramps, you're going to create as many problems as you solve for the residents who live around there. I mean, if you have a boat ramp, you need water access and you need parking, and neither one of those two have those. In reference to your question, Commissioner Amundson, about the OKOA. The OKOA is a great site, and I helped get that into the county hands, but it doesn't provide any relief for a boat ramp, because it's beach access, there's plenty of room for parking, but you're not near any ramp, and so to create that, to bring that into the discussion now doesn't really solve the problem, because it solves another problem. It solves, if we develop that site for public access, it would be a beach access point, and you could have parking and beach access all sort of right in one place, but it doesn't give you any access to the water for boating. That's the disappointing part about that thing. And that's really what I had to say. I would say one thing on funding, and I appreciate everybody's looking at all the options. I would really encourage the board not to consider the Ballpoint Trust Fund as a funding source, mainly because it is necessary for the future of the Alligator Point Road to keep that money available, because every time we have, not every time we have a hurricane, but if we have a hurricane of a certain standard, the county is required a 12.5% match. So every $1 million of road improvements you get out of FEMA, you kind of come up with 12.5%. Well, that's $125,000. The last road repair we did, which has just been completed, was $5 million. That was $575,000 of county money that should have been put in there. Fortunately, that was a Category 5 hurricane, and the local match was waived. But not every hurricane's a Category 5, and they can be certainly less hurricanes that do damage to that road, and you're going to have a local match. And if you don't have the Ballpoint Trust Fund, it's going to come out of your general general revenue, and everybody's going to have to contribute to that. So you have the Ballpoint Trust Fund money there specifically to assist the people on Alligator Point and Ball Point. And I hate to disagree with Ms. Lott. I think that the protection of the road is a future problem for everybody on Alligator Point, and you need to have a funding source to help maintain that road. The FWC money, the boating improvement money, if you don't spend it 1 year, you don't lose it, it rolls over, so the county is accumulating money, and there's, while not a requirement for matches on your FWC grants, there is, it looks better on your application if you're putting money into a grant. And so that's one reason we didn't necessarily apply last year. We didn't have enough to make a match, but Mark Kieran is aware of the money, and it builds up every year, so you're not losing it. Admittedly, you want to make progress as fast as you can, but you're not losing it if you don't apply every year. You need to have a good project, and you need to have some matching money to make it look like we're supporting the project.
And I would like to add on that as well.
Yes.
The construction match for Old Ferry Dock was actually about I believe $74,000 coming from that fund. And then also the match for the design of the SGI ramp was $5,000. So that's, you know, in that $94,000 line item. Those were those other two that were coming out of that.
Yeah, and we started working on the one at Old Ferry Dock in 2019.
It was a really slow process, and that's one thing as well. You know, whereas, you know, up front they may not tell you that there's parking requirements, but then you start going through the design and the permitting process with them as part of the design grants, and that is actually where the hammer comes down. Yeah, because they actually want a site layout, they want to know where the parking is going to occur. They also want to know, you know, do you have any accessibility for ADA accessibility? And you'll actually see that in there where it mentions, you know, state and federal requirements, because a lot of the Old Ferry Dock boat ramp funding is actually federal funds that are coming through FWC as well for that boating improvement program.
Yeah, in fact, Commissioner Sanders, in her first iteration of being a commissioner 20 years ago, she and I and an FWC officer went around the county looking for opportunity for boat ramps, and even though it may not be part of the grant application, every place we stopped, okay, where's the parking gonna be? And so we ended up building a boat ramp at Ocklawahnee Bay, even though it shoals up rapidly, but there was parking there. I will say the state of Florida did as a service to the Alligator Point community by closing the boat ramp at Ball Point State Park at the end of the road. There used to be a boat ramp there. It was right into deep water. Now, it wasn't in Alligator Harbor admittedly, but it was in Ocklawahnee Bay, and they closed it to boating access and turned it into just a kayak and a canoe launch. And I don't really know why they did it. They may have their own, I'm sure they have their own reasons, but they shut off one boating access for that area. So I'll be glad to answer any questions. I know it's 11:30 and you all have just got started.
Anyone have any questions for Mr. Pierce?
No, I was just trying to get some history on, you know, with the other areas right
Yeah, the
there.
KOA is a valuable piece of property for other issues as far as I'm concerned, but not necessarily for the boat ramps, the solution.
Yeah, I think probably the best thing for us to do today is, because it seems like the only viable solution for now is ask Mr. Morone to check with DEP and see about truly what are the requirements of this emergency permit that they could do to try to fix Sun and Sand, since it truly is an emergency, and it's not gonna be an improvement for the area with parking and that such, but it's basically just putting back what was there. But we need to know for sure that that's actually gonna work, so that might be, Mr. Morone's not in here, that might be the only real thing that we can take action on today, you know, to try to.
Yeah, I mean, the only emergency orders I know DEP issues are after hurricanes, or maybe there's some site-specific ones somehow, but I know after hurricanes, they often issue them, but we're not in a hurricane window right now.
You got something, Mr. Light, please? No, you got to come up here. We want to make sure you're heard and recorded.
I just want to correct the terminology. There's 3 types of permits. There's an exempt permit, a general permit, and what they call is an individual permit.
Okay.
The emergency is a request. You're making an emergency request, which is reviewed by DEP management to either approve or not approve the request or modify it,
Okay.
which will result in you getting, even though you can be authorized to do the work under the emergency request, you still end up having to get a permit. And that individual permit, I don't have the details on that.
That's fine.
But that one is a much larger type of permit. But those are the three.
Okay, well, yeah, so what I was trying to actually say then was maybe the best action for us to consider today is sending Mr. Morone on a fact-finding mission to know that if we are gonna be able to do something of an emergent nature at Sun and Sand, is that a valid thing before we start voting on it? Because we can vote it all day long. That's not gonna make anybody approve it for us. So talking about Sun and Sand, there's part of, they do, there's a permit. We're not asking to improve it, we're just asking to put back what was there.
Okay.
Can we do that on an emergency basis? We need to know that answer so the board can then consider, and two, Commissioner Sanders will be here.
Yes.
So we can take some formal action. We need to know that it's actually gonna go somewhere, not just be, I don't want to just take a vote today that it looks good and goes nowhere, I guess is
Yeah,
what
no,
I'm
I
trying
got
to say.
Basically, you told me to find out exactly what our options are, Senator
Yes,
Sand, and on an
yes.
emergency basis,
Yes.
is what it is, yes. And no commissioners and the public that, as this meeting is over, Commissioner Sanders gets a recording right away that
Yeah.
she can view at home before the next meeting, so
Right.
yes.
All right.
And-
We can just have a direction. You'll
Yeah,
make a
that's,
motion,
a motion is not required for that.
And Mr. Chairman, what
Go ahead.
about this Stan Mayfield working waterfront, since the gap's so close? We want to look into that too, or we want to wait until?
Let me interject for a second. You could look into that, but the Alligator Harbor and Alligator Point is not really a working waterfront, to my understanding. We have a Stan Mayfield working for us in East Point, because you had an historic waterfront there with the shelf houses. Apalachicola had a Stan Mayfield waterfront grant down here. Maybe the clam aquaculture will classify as working waterfront. I personally don't think so, so I don't want to have a whole lot of hope for Stan Mayfield.
I think maybe just ask about it and get the information.
Yeah,
for us.
see what the requirements are.
I will say this,
Yeah.
Mr. Currington, Mrs. Griffin, and myself, we talked about that particular grant yesterday, so we're gonna do some more research on that too.
Yeah, we think that one may
Okay.
be an
Yeah.
option, because
Bring
there
it
is
back
enough
to us so we
leases.
can consider it.
Yes.
Mr. Kendrick?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to interject. I was in the legislature when we created Stan Mayfield, and that's primarily for acquisition purposes to preserve working waterfronts in those areas like Apalachicola, Carabel, that already have existing working waterfronts.
Oh,
Okay,
so it's
thank
not
you.
maintenance acquisition, okay.
I was thinking
We'll double check.
parking, but, yeah.
Yeah, that might run into a problem with
It could be
parking.
the acquisition for parks.
Yeah,
I got it.
that may be our only end for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Anyone have any questions for Mr. Pierce? Any additional questions? Thank you, Alan. Appreciate it always. So if we can at least check into those two
I
things,
will.
put it on a future agenda so we can discuss it and know where we're going.
Yes,
And have some stuff in writing.
I will.
That
I'll
would be
try
great.
my best to get something ready.
Yes.
But Commissioner, before because I know we're probably gonna take a break, I really
Yes.
wanna thank Mr. Lott, because he's done a lot of hard work
Oh, yeah.
with, back and forth with
It's a
myself,
lot. Yeah.
with Mark, with the county. I really appreciate what he's done.
Mm-hmm.
Got us to this point.
Well, it's gonna wind up, hopefully it winds up like it was with the road,
Hmm?
which took forever and a day. You guys, I don't wanna recount all that to you, because maybe you don't know everything that went into it.
What do I not wanna know?
Yeah, you might not wanna know, but that's why it took so long. We literally had FEMA trying to get us to tell them what part of the road was damaged by Hurricane Michael and what part was damaged by Hurricane Matthew, so they would know how the funding needed to work. Yeah, try that on for size.
Chairman, let me
We just
just-
need
I was
the
gonna
road.
say, you really want Mr. Pierce to talk
Well,
the rest of the hour, don't you?
Yeah, I'm not going to waste any more time. I just want to clarify one thing. The road was built and designed by a certified engineer that registered in the state of Florida. The plans were reviewed by FEMA with their engineers, so the road meets, the current road in Alligator Point meets engineered standards. There's two bad curves on it. They meet engineered standards, and we try to, well, one curve we can straighten out because we now own property where the firehouse is. On the other end, we had a recalcitrant, unwilling property owner that the road is where it is because of property owners. And it's very sad that we couldn't resolve that problem, but we couldn't.
Yeah, we did try to do that before we
sure
repaved the
did.
road. Thank you, Mr. Pierce. All right, let's take a short break. Franklin County Commission is now back in session. The next thing on our agenda is a bid opening. Ms. Griffin? Do you need this? You got it?
Notice is hereby given.
Notice is hereby given.
All right, Commissioners, this is actually a bid opening for the Stormwater Infrastructure Improvements Project at the Apalachicola Regional Airport. The project generally includes, but is not necessarily limited to, the following tasks: concrete pavement removal and replacement, stormwater structure repair, dewatering, removal and replacement of stormwater structures and pipes, excavation and embankment, and sod. And the first bid that we're going to open today is going to be Gulf Coast Utility Contractors. They are located in Southport, Florida. Okay, and there was a base bid and an alternate, but these will actually be awarded according to the base bid. So I'm only gonna read the initial base bid for you all. The bid bond is included on this one. Okay, total base bid amount number one, $717,050. $717,050.
Ms. Griffin, is this an RFQ? We're going strictly by price, or how is this?
This one is an invitation to bid.
Okay,
Yep,
all
yep,
right.
so it's construction, yep.
Yep, not a problem. Good.
Okay. The next bidder is, let's see who this is, they don't have their name on there. Okay, this one is ECSC LLC from Panama City, Florida. Again, ECSC LLC, Panama City, Florida. Their bid bond is included. Their base bid amount is $572,525.01. Again, $572,525.01. Okay, next is Pygott Asphalt and Site Work LLC from Crawfordville, Florida. Again, Pygott Asphalt and Site Work LLC, Crawfordville, Florida. Their bid bond is included. Base bid, $672,390. $672,390. Next one is North Florida Construction Incorporated from Clarksville, Florida. Again, North Florida Construction Incorporated, Clarksville, Florida. Their bid bond is included. Base bid, $1,388,680. $1,388,680. And these bids should be actually released to the airport engineer AvCon for review and evaluation, and we'll make a recommendation at the next meeting.
Mr. Chairman, one of these things is not like the other.
Real. So this need to be a vote to turn over to that review committee?
Correct. I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
We have a motion to approve that review committee, looking at these bids from Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous. All right.
Is that road pavement?
Oh, what
I had to
already
throw a
is.
joke out there, I'm sorry. I've been quiet with my little jokes today, but I hadn't throw that one out there.
Ms. Bankston, you're up next.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I have a few things to discuss with you guys. I did meet with the Florida Association of Code Enforcement, FACE, about any classes or courses coming up. They do have one around June, like in the summer. And so I talked back with her and I said, you know, because they can't get anyone to come this way. So whoever we send will have to go to that certification. It's like a week long. And the first one that they would have to have, it's the fundamentals of code enforcement, and they can get that within a year, year and a half. Even if they're already working doing code enforcement, they could still do it and then go to the class in June. And then they would just have, you know, that year and a half to get the certification. So there's a total of 4 certifications: fundamentals, administrative aspects, legal issues, and officer safety. And they can get these within the year, within a few years after they receive their first one. So I'll just need direction on how the board wants to proceed. Work with the sheriff's office to get officer certified. We need a maximum of 4 officers.
Is that, you just need a motion, or?
Yeah.
Okay. And is there the 2 options? You said work with sheriffs, and then you got number 2.
Or post a wanted ad, depending on how you guys wanted to proceed, but I know you wanted to work with the sheriff for a while until, you know, see how that goes. So if we can get at least 4 of his officers certified, that will be enough to cover the bases for the different areas.
Yeah, and the other one, I'm sorry, the other one you were talking about, Ms. Courtney, is if, I think it might be a future discussion, if we
Correct.
want to actually have a department and hire somebody and
Correct.
train that person.
Correct.
and- yeah, okay. Okay, just want to make sure that's what
Yeah.
we're looking at.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to proceed with that.
I'll second.
Okay.
All right. We have a motion to approve, working with the sheriff's office to get officers certified, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, and then we have a motion by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion? I do think, under discussion, that it should eventually work into being a department. But getting off the ground, I do think we're going about it the best way.
Yeah, and I do have sheriffs that basically already have their boots on the ground.
Yes.
They've been really assisting me, so we're working well together.
Okay.
The second thing I
Hold on,
have,
we had a vote.
I'm sorry.
It's okay, we got a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. Go ahead.
The second thing I have for you is a penalty fee for working without a permit. We do have in our regulations, penalties as far as if someone has a permit and they start working outside of that permit or something like that, we can revoke the permit. But we don't have anything in our ordinance that specifies if they start working without a permit. So I met with the building official, and we suggested doing some stages, which the first offense would be a double permit fee, which we do that now. The second offense will be a triple permit fee. Third offense will be a 500 penalty fee and double permit fee, and then the fourth offense can be determined by the board or.
So, let me ask you a question though. I appreciate this conversation. If this is not, you said it was not in our current ordinance, would we have to, Attorney Schuler, would we have to pass any of this addition by ordinance, correct?
Yes, sir. thought we had adopted the double permit fee.
Right.
But if we're going to do something different, then we should do it by ordinance.
Right.
I mean, your options would be, one, if the board thinks it's an emergency, you could declare an emergency, and by a 4/5 vote of the board, enact an emergency ordinance. I'm not sure that we're there yet. We need more of a factual basis to figure out if there's a sufficient factual basis to declare an emergency. My thoughts would tend to be just authorize me to schedule a public hearing, which I can do pretty quickly. We just have to have 10 days advertising notice in the newspaper.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with these, let me be clear, I'm fine with these, things that are being recommended. I'm not against that. I just want to make sure we do it the correct way is all I'm doing.
Well, Mr. Chairman, to add to that discussion, got a stack of papers here.
Here we go.
I'm not gonna talk about the whole stack, but speaking of ordinances, enlighten, how can I say this politically correct? In light of what we had happen recently, we've got to make some changes. If somebody reads an ordinance, and I'm just gonna read what our current ordinance states, and I spoke with Attorney Schuler about this yesterday. So in our, and I'm looking at our Franklin County, Florida, Code of Ordinances under the Planning and Development. It states that clearing, the removal of live vegetation by any means including but not limited to cutting, grading, plowing, chemical treatment, and mechanical or non-mechanical uprooting does not include mowing of existing lawns or planted grasses. Now this is basically saying, this is a definition, and this is basically what's considered anybody that, talking about permits, needs a permit to do any of these things. So, in other words, if I'm out in my yard and I'm cutting a tree down with my chainsaw, I would have to come before the board or before the Planning and Zoning Department to pull a what's called a site prep permit. We've got to make a change to that, because I don't want nobody coming to my yard and saying, oh, look, the commissioner's cutting down a tree in her yard and she don't have a permit. So I'm not saying, I don't obviously think we should have to get a permit to cut down a tree in our own yard with a chainsaw. But apparently there's been some, how can I say this, misinterpretation or misunderstanding of the verbiage. I know that I could read a Bible scripture and the chairman can read a Bible scripture and we interpret it differently, just like an ordinance. I can read this ordinance and interpret it differently than Ms. Bankston. So it's not that what we have on the books isn't valid or adequate or correct or good. It's just that we may need to make it more precise and more, how do I say, easy to follow, to where it's more direct and not so vague, in other words. So I know that we've got the ARPC working with us currently on our current land comp plan, things of that nature. But this is something that we need to address. And furthermore, and again, since we can't have this discussion behind closed doors, maybe we need to make people who have businesses like these apply. I don't know, again, this is discussion because it might affect the clerk, and I don't want, we all got to think together collectively on this and work together collectively what it would take to get a business license, so that if, say, for example, a certain person's not doing what they're supposed to do, we can revoke their license altogether. Now, I'm not saying that we need to, as our county grows, as we've seen it grow, these are things that we're going to have to start looking at. And I had one person flat out tell me, well, I pulled this site prep permit, but nobody's going behind me and looking at making sure that how I'm prepping that site is adequate. So we got to look at that too. And I think we've talked about that before. If we require a permit, we got to be more consistent in, all right, if a site prep permit's pulled, then why do I need to pull a site prep permit if no one's coming out and checking to make sure that I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing? That's the big thing that I'm getting to. And, I'm not going to have somebody flat out tell me, well, I'm just not going to pull a permit if they're not coming out and checking, because that's not the right answer either. That's not what you want to tell me either. So we've got some issues that have come up, and they need to be addressed, and I think right now is a good time to address them because we are going through these workshops with the ARPC in terms of changing these things. But I think we do need to change and clean up some verbiage on some of these ordinances, definitions, what have you.
We actually have a meeting with ARPC today at 1 o'clock
Okay.
for the zoning part of it.
Okay.
So, and they'll have some people in there that they may have some suggestions that we can bring forward to the board.
All right. Because again, like I said, it's definitely something that we're, and two, I know that bush hogging is different. To me, bush hogging may be different than what the chairman's interpretation of bush hogging is. To me, bush hogging is just regular going out and mowing a big piece of property. You're just using a certain type of equipment to do it. Versus a lawnmower, you know? So, you know, we may need to add, I know plowing's in there, but bush hogging and plowing to me are two different things. So it's just things that we need to add or take away verbiage-wise to make it more clear and concise to where there is no misinterpretation or people are adding or taking away their own ideas of what it means.
I agree.
Well, Commissioner Ward, my dad told me a long time ago, a lot was for an honest person. So you can only do so much if people don't want to be honest. They just don't want to be honest. And I'll leave that where it's at. Because at the end of the day, most people I know that are in business in this county and that do business in this county are trying to leave it better than they found it. And what's the thing that's kind of really heartbreaking, if you will, is we're needing to implement and do things because of the few that just don't care.
That's true.
They apparently aren't honest to begin with.
Yep.
And even if we word it, we're probably still gonna wind up having the same problem with the same people all the time.
And I agree, totally agree. And
You
Mr. Chairman,
know, so,
I
you
did
know,
tell a certain individual, well, if you're gonna nitpick our ordinances apart, then maybe we should act to make them a little bit better, more concise and clear. But again, that's my thing, and I know that sometimes we have people that, I'm just gonna leave it at that. I'm not gonna speak any further.
It's all
I
good.
might say something.
That's
I
why I
shouldn't
hushed
say,
too.
So,
All right. So Attorney Schuler, you said we'd possibly need to schedule a hearing to update this?
Well, I think if you're going to update it the way Commissioner Ward has discussed, that was easy for me to say,
Yeah.
described here this morning. Have ARPC do that because they're already in the middle of doing that project. You don't need two cooks in the kitchen at the same
So
time.
this is part of what the ARPC is doing?
Yes.
The language
The
cleanup.
language, yeah.
The penalty can be done, I think, separate and independent of this language cleanup that Commissioner. So I'm saying two different things here. One is an ordinance to adopt a penalty for schedule for working without a permit. That's one of the presentations.
Correct.
Commissioner Ward, I think, is wanting to go a little bit further than that and have ARPC look at some of this language and recommend some changes for the board to consider. So in my mind, there's two different things, but what I would need is authorization from the board to schedule a public hearing so that you can consider adopting a fine schedule, a penalty schedule for working without a permit.
Okay, that's fine. Where I'm losing it at is I didn't know the ARPC was working on anything to do with our ordinances.
Yeah,
They're
there
working on the
is.
comp plan and the zoning code.
The zoning code is an ordinance, Commissioner.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
what they're not telling you.
Yeah.
So that's where this would be found at? Okay,
Yes.
cool.
Yes.
I'm just,
Yes.
been a long
that's
morning.
how I was understanding it anyway.
With some
was that they were
patience and
working on
kind
this
words, I'll
stuff.
be good.
Yes.
You know,
Okay.
she's specifically referring to
Okay.
the
Okay.
definition for land clearing in the zoning code,
Okay.
which does require, you know, a permit to do land clearing. Now, it would be up to the board as part of your discussion whether you think this, because this language has been around for a long time.
Yeah.
I think that the language itself serves its purpose, but I think the two things the board has been working on, and you're in the process of implementing, one is a business license, and the second is code enforcement. And when Ms. Courtney and I went and met with the Gulf County people who started this whole, the same thing, business license and code enforcement, 4 or 5 years ago, they explained to us that both of those things need to happen at the same time.
Correct.
We can benefit from their learning curve because, you know, they started from zero like we did, and they've had a learning curve. They now have, they feel, a really good business license ordinance, which I have used as a baseline. I'd already presented to you a draft for the business license for unincorporated Franklin County. They also have a comprehensive code enforcement ordinance, which we can take and duplicate here. And then the third component of that Ms. Courtney's working on right now with Gulf County staff is on the software. They, in Gulf County and Franklin County, use the same software provider, but in Gulf County they have, but I'm not sure the correct technical language, but they have a module or some additional software that we can also use. Don't have to spend, what do they say, $40,000 or $50,000 on a new software program. Just take that new module, incorporate it like they did in Gulf County into our system, and that way you can keep track of the business licenses and code enforcement as well. Now theirs is a little bit different than ours because they have folded the TDC into their code enforcement and business licenses. I don't really recommend doing that.
That is a
here.
mix.
Yeah.
But I know Courtney's working on all of those things.
Okay.
But, I mean, there's certainly nothing wrong with having ARPC look at this and language and definitions and recommend, something for y'all to consider as an amendment. But I think probably continuing and finishing this path that the board started with business license, comprehensive code enforcement ordinance is probably the two more important issues that I would recommend that you focus on.
So would it be your recommendation then, just trying to clarify where we're going, that we hold a public hearing to talk about what we're discussing here today with the penalties for work? Then if we pass, whatever we pass, we can pass on to the ARPC to incorporate it in what they're doing.
Sure.
Is that what we're discussing? Okay.
Right. And there are already some provisions I sent out to the board on Friday. You have existing provisions in your code and how you deal with stop work orders and violation of stop work orders. So that's already embedded in there. It's a complicated, multi-step process, but I mean, I think in order to satisfy the constitutional requirements of due process, I don't necessarily think we need to change that, but if ARPC wants to look at that and update it, I mean, this is a 35, 40-year-old ordinance.
Right.
Nothing wrong with having them provide some input on whether the process can be improved or not. But ultimately, at the end of the day, the penalty for violating your zoning code is a second-degree misdemeanor. You can go to jail for up to 6 months and be put on probation. So there's a $500 fine and things of that nature. So, but that's the current penalty right now.
And Mr. Chairman, just to add to my discussion, it says, plowing. I mean, we have people in our community that like to put in gardens in their own property, and would be plowing. So they have to come to the office and pull a site prep permit to have a garden in their yard. So I'm just trying to clean up things, to make it more easier for people to understand and not misinterpret or take out of context in any way. Because again, I don't know. It's definitely something that, like you said, 30, 40 years ago to now, people interpret things differently now. We have a society now that they really, really read and really look at the verbiage on things and really they don't skew away from that. They are tunnel vision on what it says, and which they should be. But if they're doing that, then we need to make sure that we have it in black and white so that we can protect ourselves and generations and our staff and everybody moving forward from here. That's just my sense.
So we have one of two ways of doing this, I guess. We can either, by vote of the board, schedule a public hearing to talk about the penalties for working without a permit to send to ARPC, or we can ask them to bring us back some kind of recommendation. But then you're doing it all at one time, though. So I need to know how the board wants to proceed with that. I'm fine with having a public hearing, but whatever y'all want to do, I'm good with. Am I misunderstanding? That's what we're looking at, right? We're either talking about having a public hearing to address it ourselves, pass that verbiage on to ARPC to incorporate in what they're doing, or asking them to write us up a recommendation in what they're doing, and then we're looking at it along with everything else that's being changed on the fly.
Correct. Well said.
Okay.
I think we can go ahead and move forward with scheduling a public hearing, because even if we do incorporate this, it's already there, and we're not delaying that process. And then when RPC address, we could still, if they want to make recommendations, they can always come back, and we can do it all together that way too. So I'll make a motion to move forward with scheduling a public hearing on these penalty fees for working without a permit.
We have a motion by Commissioner Ward to move forward with this public hearing.
I'll second.
We have a second from Commissioner Amison. Attorney Schuler, do you have a valid date? Don't we have to do the date and time and everything all at one time?
No, not in the motion.
Okay,
I will
cool.
schedule it just as soon as the newspaper schedule allows.
Okay.
We publish once a week, and we only
Okay.
meet twice a month, so
Nope.
most likely it's going to be the second meeting in March.
Okay, that's fine. Any more discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous, 4-0.
All right, the last thing I have is a workshop request for PUD, the Seashire. They want to hold a, public workshop to discuss their, any recommendations on their PUD. This is out of East Point. There's a land in East Point, and they were hoping for possibly the second meeting of March, but if we have to move it further than that, it's fine.
Is this the one that's up above Gilbert Street?
Yes.
Okay.
I think they've met with a couple of you guys about it.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, March 19th, that's our second meeting, correct? Okay. I'm good with that. Y'all good with that date and time?
Tuesdays belong to you, Chair.
There you go. I like to hear that. All right, so do we need to do it by motion though?
Yes, and
Okay.
you also need to state what time for
Yes.
workshop.
So you were asking for 5 o'clock, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, so we're entertaining the motion here then, or I'm entertaining the motion to schedule this potential workshop for the Seashire, March 19th at 5 o'clock in this room.
Yes.
So move.
All right.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Anything else, Ms. Courtney?
That's it, unless you guys have anything for me.
Does anybody else have anything for Ms. Courtney? She is here, and she has a whole notebook.
Chairman, your meeting with them is this afternoon?
Yes.
Okay, I'm hoping that we may break or get a time where I can come in, because there's a couple other things I was gonna go over with you about to talk to them to.
Okay.
In terms of that.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Courtney.
Thank you.
Ms. Griffith, are you ready?
Yep.
Please proceed.
All right, Commissioners, item number 1, attached are 3 resolutions of authorization and ranking for the county's applications for the 2024 FDOT Transportation Grant Cycle. We have the Small County Road Assistance Grant, the SCRAP Program, Alligator Drive, design of roadway improvements, including widening the roadway, resurfacing the road, the addition of paved shoulders and drainage improvements from State Road 30, Highway 98 to Gulf Shore Boulevard, which is essentially where the multi-use path begins. The county will apply for construction funds after the design is complete, and this is the first priority SCRAP application. Our next one is the Small County Outreach Program, SCOT program, fire station cutoff on Alligator Drive, design and construction of a new road to straighten out an existing sharp elbow that is vulnerable from storm damage from the proximity to the Gulf of Mexico. It may also include the relocation of a small section of the recently completed multi-use path on the north side of the road. This is the first priority SCOP application. And then another SCOP application for Gulf Beach Drive on St. George Island, a design of roadway improvements, including 1-foot paved shoulders in areas that the right-of-way allows, resurfacing the road, and drainage improvements from the St. George Island State Park to 12th Street West at the Plantation. This is the second priority SCOP application. Board action to adopt the attached 3 resolutions authorizing the chairman to sign the transportation grant project applications as prioritized above.
So moved.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison, second by Commissioner Croom. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That is a 4-0 vote.
Okay, Commissioners, next item number 2. At the last meeting, the sole response to the RFQ for the professional engineering and construction oversight for the Restore Countywide Dune Restoration Construction Project was released to the Ranking Committee for review and recommendation. The committee has reviewed and scored the response and recommends award to respondent MRD and Associates of Destin. Board action to issue the notice of award to MRD and Associates and to authorize staff to begin contract negotiations.
So move.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Croom. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's a 4-0 vote.
Okay, Commissioners, next item, item number 3. At the last meeting, the grant award agreement was approved for countywide dune restoration project. The county had hoped to include additional ADA access improvements in the original project scope. However, Treasury had removed those items because those improvements were not outlined in the county's MYIP Amendment Number 1. The restoration of the coastal hammock and the installation of post and rope boundary at Lighthouse Park will restrict foot traffic onto the dunes, but will also impede access to the beach at the park location for EMS and law enforcement and patrol vehicles. The scope amendment will address this access issue and will include the installation of a 12-foot wide Moby mat rated for vehicular traffic along the far west boundary of the park and add designated ADA parking and accessibility improvements along the same western boundary. Treasury staff suggested the county ask for the amendment once the construction grant funding was approved to quicken the process. The county had included the landfill's transfer station in the MYP Amendment Number 1 as Project 3. However, the cost estimate was only about 1/3 of the total estimated cost of the transfer station as outlined in the feasibility study that was incomplete at time of submission. The county's USDA Clean Water Grant application was not funded this cycle, and it is uncertain if there will be any success with this year's legislative line item request for this project. The landfill is quickly running out of space, and it will be necessary to move forward with a construction grant application for the full construction amount through the Restore program. The SGI Stormwater Construction Grant application has now moved forward to the NEPA environmental review process phase with Treasury. No MYIP plan changes are currently needed for this project. The county's Restore consultant, Langton and Associates, has submitted the attached task order to not exceed $3,978 to assist the county with the MYIP amendment process to be paid from professional services. Board action to approve and authorize the chairman to sign the attached task order with Langton and Associates to assist with Amendment Number 2 to the county's Restore MYIP.
So move.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Amison. Ms. Griffith, before we proceed under discussion, the first thing you were talking about here at Lighthouse Park, that's going to put it over where that little, almost like a U-shaped drive
Correct.
is? That's where we're talking about putting
Yep,
the,
yep,
okay.
that will be the ADA accessibility parking improvement, and then also that 12-foot wide Moby mat for the law enforcement access.
And it's good to know that they actually make Moby mats that are rated for vehicular traffic.
Yep.
Because the one we put in a couple of years ago is about dilapidated. It's about needing replacing.
Yeah.
But
Yep.
anyway,
And actually, there's a positive development on that with the Franklin County Health Department. Accessibility was one of their big pushes this year, so they may in turn end up replacing that one for us.
good. Yeah, I think we didn't think about the fact that they need to be rated for more than foot traffic.
Yeah.
Hindsight's always 20.
Yeah.
But anyway, okay. Any more discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay, action item number 4, at the last meeting, responses were open to the RFP for the CEI services for Phase 3 CR 67 project, which is State Forest Road 166 to State Forest Road 172. The evaluation committee has reviewed and ranked the responses and recommends award to the top-ranked firm AECom. Board action to issue the notice of award to AECom and to authorize staff to begin contract negotiations.
So move.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion? Excuse me. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay, Commissioners, action item number 5. After the adoption of the new TDC spending plan, the county can now proceed with Phase 2 of the Fort Coombs Armory Convention Center renovations. In 2021, after the retirement of prior Armory architect Warren Emo, the county advertised for RFQs. Following the requirements of the Consultants Competitive Negotiations Act, Franklin County selected GRC Architects out of Tallahassee as the new architects for the building. GRC designed and oversaw the renovations to the building in 22 and 23, which included the installation of a fire suppression system in the building. GRC has submitted a $38,112 proposal for the architectural design services and development of bid specifications relative to Phase 2 improvements. Exterior renovations during this phase will include the restoration of the windows, exterior paint, roof replacement, and additional parking adjacent to the west entrance. Interior renovations will include the resurfacing of the wood floors, renovation of hallway 108, trim in the main hall, HVAC for the large meeting room, reorganization of the restroom to provide space for the HVAC equipment, and a storage room in the bride's room/restroom. Board action to approve and authorize the chairman to sign the attached fee proposal from GRC Architects to be paid by TDC sales tax proceeds.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Croom, second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
As I stated before in the past, the Armory, we're advertising it for a convention center type thing. There's like one outlet. Can we include in this interior some more added electrical outlets or outlets to where people can use instead of having to go upstairs? I know there's some upstairs, but.
Yes, we can, we'll reach out to the architects and actually get them to add an electrical upgrade component as well.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Griffin, what else are we still yet to do at the Armory, do you know?
I believe this is it.
This would be about it, you know?
Yep.
Especially with the windows and stuff, and some of
Yeah.
those windows have been needing it for a long,
Yeah.
long time.
Yeah.
Okay. Just thought I'd ask, not for our knowledge, but for the public's knowledge as well.
Okay.
All right, any more discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay, next action item number 6, Franklin County has begun working to compile a list of surplus equipment and vehicles in hopes of hosting another auction in late spring. This year, with board approval, it would be nice to hold the auction on site at the county airport as there is ample space for staging. Attached is the 2024 renewal agreement with Florida Auction Network. The auctioneer's fee is unchanged at 5% of the gross sales price of any county-owned item, and Florida Auction Network handles all advertising, administration, accounting, and title work at the site of the sale. The county had great success with the last auction held by FAN in 2023. Other agencies are also able to participate in the on-site auction. Board action to approve the 2024 renewal of the consignment agreement with Florida Auction Network, LLC.
So move.
All right, we have a motion to approve. By Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion? And their fee is just a flat 5% of the gross sales?
It is.
Okay. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay, next action item number 7, Coastal Engineers MRD and Associates have submitted a deductive change order for the 8th through 10th Street Dune Walkover project. The original bid for this project included planting vegetation along the area of shoreline in front of the 3 dune walkovers. However, this shoreline area is included for planting as part of the just funded Restore Countywide Dune Restoration Project. This change order will remove the task and associated bid line item for vegetation from the dune walkover construction contract with MKM Quality Construction. All other elements that were part of the original contract award are complete at this time. Before and after photos of the walkovers are included below, and board action to approve the attached deductive change order in the amount of $16,205.80.
Mr. Chairman, you said deductive. This is money that we've
Yes.
actually saved.
Yes.
So,
Correct.
of course, I'm gonna make a motion to put it on.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Ward,
Second.
second by Commissioner Croom. Any discussion?
It looks great, Mr. Chairman.
It does look a lot
A
better.
lot
than it.
better.
It does.
100%.
We're slowly getting there.
Yep. Rome wasn't built in a day, as I like to say.
And while you're mentioning it, Commissioner, as I was talking to some residents recently that live on the island, I said, guys, as we slowly get these done, then we can actually say, okay, this is a designated parking space, this is where you can park, all the rest of it's not designated, it's illegal. So that's what we're working toward. So, any more discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay, Commissioners, I do have one late add item. I did forget to include it in my report earlier. So what do we need to do to amend the agenda, Michael? Go ahead.
That means no lunch for you.
Okay.
No, I'm joking. Go ahead, Ms. Aaron.
Okay, late add item number 8. The county has received the formal grant award agreement from the State Fire Marshal's Office for up to $450,000 for the purchase of the Lanark St. James Volunteer Fire Department fire truck. The grant's period of performance began on July 1st, 2023, and the truck was delivered in early December. The county had received the notice to proceed on the truck before the formal grant award agreement had been sent, and the Fire Marshal's Office does need the formal agreement signed before they can reimburse us. Board action to approve and authorize the chairman to sign the attached grant award agreement with the State Fire Marshal.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison, second by Commissioner Croom. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Mr. Roll, what you got?
I've got a question, Mr. Chairman.
No, I was checking for anybody, in case anybody wanted to
okay.
comment, but,
Oh.
yeah.
Is there anybody?
So, no.
Okay. Yes, sir. What's your
Well, there's
question?
one person, but.
What about that? Can't remember.
Oh, she's finna talk about it.
Oh, I thought
Yes,
she was
ma'am.
done.
No, no, no.
Oh.
She had one, she had a late ad.
Yeah.
Sorry. Go ahead, Ms. Griffin.
Okay, the next one is just an informational item, and it was the roof replacement for the Carabel Health Department. The roof replacement is now complete. In addition to replacing the aged shingle roof with Gavalume, the contractor also replaced an additional 6 sheets of rotted plywood sheathing for an additional $720, which was not included as part of the original bid. The facility looks great, and I just wanted to include the before and after photos to just kind of show you all the work.
That was pretty smart marketing there, because I noticed not just the metal roof, but you have like a 80s model car and a 90s model pickup truck in front of.
Only the car.
Yeah, it makes it look old to begin with, but anyway, it's just me.
Hey, that's a class. Those both of them are
It's
classics.
a marketing classic right there.
Before and after.
Took us that many years to get it done.
The wheels of government.
That's right.
It took that long.
It does look good. It does look good.
I also like how you said Gavaloon.
Yes.
What is that,
It's my new
Pepperidge
favorite.
Farms remembers whenever.
Yeah, exactly. You can tell we've all been here too long, sorry. Thank you. Does anyone have anything else for Ms. Griffin before we proceed? Thank you, Ms. Griffin.
You're welcome.
Mr. Morone?
Okay, so before I do item number 1 on my report, there it is. So I just received an email, and Attorney Schuler's probably gonna comment on this here. I received an email from Mr. Patrick Sparks. He said, I would like to formally withdraw my application for the road abandonment of Gunn Street on St. George Island at this time. Our application was due for a public hearing today at 5 p.m. He further also stated that the co-applicant, Ms. Strodman, is also emailing to withdraw as well. I'm not sure she was actually a co-applicant, so I don't think that's even valid right now, but I would like the board, unless Attorney Schuler says differently, to a motion to accept his withdrawal, and, you know, I guess at a later time, if he wants to, he can reapply.
So we need to cancel today's public hearing.
Just for the record, I reviewed the email that Mr. Morone was referring to. He forwarded it to me. I've reviewed the resolution that the board adopted scheduling the public hearing for this afternoon at 5 o'clock. And the only applicant was Patrick Sparks. So there's no need to wait on a co-applicant because there is no co-applicant.
Okay.
But yes, my recommendation is if they want to withdraw the application, I mean, the board historically doesn't force people to move forward with a public hearing. If they want to withdraw, let them withdraw. So that would, but that would have to be done by motion and vote of the board.
To cancel today's public hearing
Yes,
in light
as
of the
requested
withdrawal.
by the
Right,
applicant.
right. Okay.
I'll make that motion.
Okay. So we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison, second by Commissioner Croom, I believe, right? Okay. Wasn't sure if I heard you right, Commissioner. Any more discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Commissioners, as this meeting is over, I will go and update the website immediately, and anybody that requested, I'll reply to their emails about this.
Okay.
All right. Ooh, okay, at your last meeting, item number 1, top of page 12, the board discussed contacting FWC regarding the possibility of changing the county's hunting season to match other areas of the state. Attached to my report is an email from Mr. Creamer, John Creamer, he's the director, Northwest Regional Director, explaining why the hunting season was changed in the first place. The email also states that Florida dog hunter associations have expressed concerns with hunter migration into this area. We're area D or C, I can't remember what it was. Mr. Creamer explained that there is a current proposal for a rule change, which is a no-cost dare dog hunting permit for consideration at tomorrow's FWC Commission meeting. The intent of this free permit, as stated by Mr. Creamer, is, which was requested by the dog hunting organizations, is to provide a method of collecting information regarding participation in dare dog hunting. This information and data on the potential hunter migration should help the commission address potential issues of overcrowding. Mr. Creamer is available after this week's commission meeting. It's tomorrow and Thursday, I believe, to discuss this matter with you. I just put it up for board discussion and action. Do you want me to schedule meetings? Did you want to find out how it all shakes out over the next couple of days with FWC? Just some direction from you guys.
Michael, I can say I'd like to meet with them after this, regardless of what step they take.
Okay.
Because as I perceive it from talking to the people that are doing the hunting, especially those that are using dogs to hunt the deer, that do dog hunting, overcrowding is just one of the issues. The other issue is those that are overcrowding are killing everything that moves. And FWC is the only one that can enforce that. So yes, I still want to have a meeting with them. Because I appreciate this, and I'm not taking light of it. But I think we're still missing a critical point. I don't care if they allow them to, however they want them to let them hunt. That doesn't matter. What the issue we're running, and I don't know how it is in other areas, I haven't done that. I don't know. But I don't think that anybody would be fine with somebody coming to their backyard and killing everything that moves.
I agree.
That's a problem. They already have a quota, they're allowed to shoot a certain amount of deer a year and all this stuff. And some of our hunters have told me, multiple people have told me stories of them going down the road, and if they see the game warden, they just throw all the backstrap they cut off the 3 deer they left in the woods, and they just throw it out on the side of the road because they don't want to get caught with it. So, I mean, overcrowding is just part of the problem. What are they going to do about the just mass killing of this stuff? So,
Okay.
I would like to meet with them at some point. is all
So,
I'm saying.
no action needed. I'll just see if
Right.
there's a day or two,
Yep.
he's able to come down and, every couple of hours, we switch out commissioners, or he can sit and talk to them, if that works for the board.
Mr. Chairman, the last meeting, I didn't say a whole bunch on this because I was waiting to see what FWC's response is, and they're spot on.
Yep.
About the season being the length it is.
Yep.
If you sit there and close the season early, you've got people that don't dog hunt that are expecting that rut, because that's, the best opportunity that you're gonna harvest a deer or buck is during the rut. We all know that.
Yep.
But, that's why I didn't really get into it last time, because, I mean, that's really not gonna work. If anything, that, close dog season early. But then the dog hunters ain't gonna like that, because, you're still hunters and everybody else will still be able to continue to hunt. But the biggest problem we have is law enforcement presence in those areas. That I think FWC needs to be a little more aggressive in how they're, are doing that. They need to set some sting operations up, just do something, because I have talked to numerous people there that said whenever there was, like, the year before last, remember whenever, I think a lady was punched out there, from some people from out of the area. The FWC stepped it up a little bit, and I had numerous hunters tell me that when FWC had a bigger presence there, it slowed down, what you were specifically talking about. Because I had one guy told me that there was an ice chest full of deer meat that they threw out in the ditch, on the edge of the ditch, because they knew the FWC was there.
Wow.
And it's just sitting there, it even had ice on it. I mean, you're not gonna stop people from breaking the law all the time. I mean, you're still gonna have people, and I'm sure Commissioner Croom can reinforce what I'm saying, and you guys know this. You're not gonna, until you have a bigger presence there, law enforcement wise, you're not gonna stop it. And even still, you're not gonna stop it 100%, but if, I'll take 70 or 80% over 0% any day. And that's all I got to say on it.
Well, one of the other things they might consider, Commissioner, and I don't know how it works, I know there's been the discussion like you brought up about the rut and when it happens in our area. So we have this, and it might not be good, but again, it's trying to find a compromise way to make it work. So we traditionally open up for 3 days at Thanksgiving, then we're closed for 2 weeks. Just move it where our start time's the same start time as everybody else.
Yep, that's true, but
You know
what
what I
I'm
mean?
getting at
If
is
the
our
rut's at the
rut,
end-
our rut is really late. Our
Right.
rut,
If our rut's really late, then do away with that 2-week gap.
yeah, but it's still gonna put those folks from South Florida into here that's in the other
Okay.
hunting zone.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
Because
do.
that's why
I
they
do.
show up, is because
Okay.
the termination period of our
Yep.
season,
Yep.
they've already
Okay.
closed. So that's why they migrate over.
Well-
So, and I think Commissioner Sanders had brought up the point about making our season coincide with theirs. That way it would, but the detriment there is somebody like me, for instance.
Yeah.
I can't go bow hunting or whatever. I mean, if it was left up to me, we'd just all shoot bows and arrows, but,
Make life easier,
yeah.
wouldn't it?
But what I'm getting at is that's really not.
Feasible.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
not feasible.
okay.
But what is feasible is a greater FWC enforcement
Yeah,
presence. And I think they need to get a little stronger, specifically in that area, because we neighbor the other zone, and
Yes.
that's where we get the biggest influx of people
Yep.
from the other zone that's coming in doing, things in our backyard.
Mhm.
So,
That's true.
Good.
Yes, sir, I think so. Anything else, Commissioners, before we proceed?
Item 2, Commissioner, really quick, October 17th meeting, you approved the $800,000 FDOT PTGA agreement for the hangar development. FDOT recently sent some new, additional language that changes the way they want to be invoiced. So they just want the chairman to re-sign it with the new language. I just need a motion for that.
I'll make that motion.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Verbiage, tell
Yeah,
you, it's a
verbiage.
topic of
That's
the
the way
day.
it goes. So we have a motion by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Croom. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
And Commissioner, if you remember back in December, Commissioner Amison, Mr. Kirschenbaum, Aaron, myself, Ted, we met with Triumph, Opportunity Florida, Duke Energy, Florida Commerce, Space Florida, Florida Great Northwest, and some other agencies. The purpose of this meeting, of course, was to create some economic development opportunities at the airport. During the meeting, there was a discussion of the need for aviation maintenance, repair, and overhaul, something the chairman says he talks about all the time, but he uses MRO across the country. My previous report item for FDOT $800,000 grant for new hangars at the airport allows this board to consider using one of these new hangars for an MRO operation. A few of the meeting attendees suggested that the county send a couple of representatives to the Aviation MRO Americas Conference in Chicago. It's from April 9th to the 11th. We're told that this conference would serve as a great networking opportunity for the airport. Commissioner Amison would like to send the AOED Chairman, Mr. Kirschenbaum, and the AOED Coordinator, Mr. Mesher, to this conference. The Commissioner may have more to say, but I would need board action to authorize travel, accommodation, and expenses for Mr. Kirschenbaum and Mr. Mesher to attend the Aviation MRO Americas in Chicago from April 9th to the 11th. Excuse me.
Bless you. Anything additional?
Not really. I mean, their actions have spoke loud enough. I mean, I can't think of two better people to represent Franklin County in that aspect. I think they're both, they eat and breathe the airport. So, I mean, that I think they would be good representation, and you know their work ethic. So I think they'll do a wonderful job being ambassadors and possibly bring some of this in, you know. Y'all know Steve, he's gonna hound dog them. So.
Yeah, Commissioner, yeah.
That's one way of saying it.
Hey, love him to death, but he's not leaving without a yes, let's put it that way, so.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve this, but with a comment.
Okay, so I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward,
I'll second.
second by Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Ward, please proceed.
So, obviously, people talk about money, the travel accommodations and such. I can probably guarantee you, as what Commissioner Amison just said with Mr. Kirschenbaum going up there, and I'm not familiar with Mr. Mesher, but I'm sure he's gonna be same way. The money that they could go up there to network to bring back will probably way over exceed the amount of money we're spending to send them up there.
Mr. Chairman, may I have that discussion with you? Also, Opportunity Florida is paying for, they're gonna reimburse us.
Okay,
So
so, okay, good.
it's not like,
We're spending our money.
It's
yeah,
even
we're
better
not
than you
sending them
think.
up
See?
there on a Chicago
better than you
Even better,
vacation.
even
Yeah,
better.
It's a good investment,
Yes,
yes, it is.
yeah, but, you know, it's return on your investment.
Yep.
Well, and as we've, to add to that, as we've kind of turned the corner and gotten Opportunity Florida more involved in what we've been doing lately, this is now the second time they've stepped up in a big way to support Franklin County's efforts.
Oh, they
Because
seem very
they
motivated.
did that at Legislative Day also. That, you know, we didn't foot that whole bill.
Yeah, they
They
funded
paid,
some of
they
that
paid
money.
some of that too.
Yeah, that's even better.
Yep. All right, any more discussions before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Commissioners, over the last few months, some of you have stated that you would like the SHIP program administered by county staff. You wanted it in-house. The 2-year SHIP administrative contract with Community Action Agency will end in June this year. I contacted Mr. Tim Center. He's executive director, informed him that the county will probably assume the SHIP administrative duties on or prior to July 1st. That's, the contract ends at the end of June. And to explain, because the chairman asked me this question yesterday, SHIP program runs on the state year, which is July 1 to June 30th, not on the county's fiscal year, which is, we all know, is October 1 to September 30th. So that's why these dates are referenced here. That in mind, we are in the process of training and then transferring the zoning administrative duties to the building department staff. This will allow the transfer of the SHIP administrative responsibilities and duties to Mrs. Courtney Bankston. Before Mr. Center can be officially notified by the county's intent, to assume the SHIP duties, board action is required. So I just need you guys to say, yep, Michael, go for it. And it will probably be a few months before this date because we need to, I need a really smooth transition with this situation, to be very honest with you. There's a lot going on.
Yeah, after we were talking about it yesterday, Michael, in my thinking now, but that's what we're here to talk about as a board though, that should either be the middle of March or the beginning of April, because we have to make sure we're ready for that date when it's going to actually start. It's not just gonna happen and we're gonna be good with it. There's gonna be kind of a roll-in period and a roll-out. Now, recognizing that, there's still gonna be, and I think in good faith, the county should continue to honor the terms of the contract, which is 10%, and go ahead and pay Mr. Center's Community Action Group through that end of the contract, and then just assume it and roll it over to
You're right,
next year.
sir, because even if we take over, if we're able to take over, you know, as much as we can April 1st, there'll still be questions we're gonna go back and forth with them until the end of the contract. Yes,
They'll
sir.
still be helping us, yes.
Yes, right.
Yeah. So I just want the board to be aware that that's what we're talking about doing.
And Mr. Chairman, if I could just add, I think a lot of reason this SHIP is a state housing initiative program.
Yep.
I think, and this is nothing against community action, there was some confusion about how it was administered in terms of a lot of our people would get referred to Tallahassee, and there was just some balls, I guess, there was some confusion in terms of, and they've had some staffing issues too, I think, that's kind of caused confusion as well. So having, I think in-house will help streamline the process and make it more, the continuity better for our citizens. And I talked to Ms. Bankson about this, she's okay with this. I do want to say that, yeah, I think this is a good idea. Do we have a motion already?
Nope, not yet.
I'll make the motion.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve moving this SHIP program in-house. I guess, does it matter, Commissioner, in your motion, does it matter about the date, or what are you good with?
If we would leave the date flexible. So
Okay,
that,
that's why I'm asking.
Yeah,
Okay.
if you don't mind.
All right, that's fine.
Let's just say it will be before the start of the new contract date, which is July 1, for
Okay.
sure.
All right, so we do have a motion to approve.
I'll second her motion.
All right, by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Amison. Any additional discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
I got some informational items to bring to your attention. At your last meeting, the board discussed the need to meet with Capital Health, our insurance company, to discuss primary care services, the primary care services shortage in the county, and the possibility of allowing additional doctors and health services to be classified in network. We have that meeting scheduled. It's actually this Thursday. The chairman, Mrs. Griffith, and I are scheduled to drive up to Tallahassee and meet with a contingency of Capital Health insurance company, and where we could express some of our concerns and our issues and see how we can work together moving forward for them to help us out. After I update you guys at the next meeting, it'll be an update on that meeting. I would also like to discuss Ms. Mary Mayhew's recent presentation and her follow-up email, which I sent you. It contains some consultant contact information. Perhaps the board may consider authorizing staff to schedule interviews with these consultants, which would get the county closer to determining the future of Weems Memorial and countywide healthcare services. Attorney Schuler, Aaron, So I am looking at the line in our bid policy that says we can contract, engage consultants without having to go through the RFP, RFQ advertising. That's what I'm
For
looking at.
legal services?
Well, more than likely, I'll double check. I think almost all the consultants are attorney, and that's what they'll help us structure how, give us advice and structure how to move forward. I will verify that and get back with both of you. You tell me if I'm right or wrong, or if we have to go in a different direction, and then I'll let the board know. That was informational. Opportunity Florida's monthly meeting, they're having it here in Franklin County speaking of the Armory, at Fort Coombs Armory. That's gonna be on Wednesday, the 28th. Commissioner Ward, she is your representative on that board, and she's on the agenda to provide opening remarks and welcoming the whole crew to Franklin County. Other commissioners may want to attend this event, so I plan this afternoon, tomorrow morning, to advertise this event on the county's website and include a statement that more than one commissioner may attend this event. They don't do the advertising on their end, so I'll have to do it on mine.
And Mr. Chairman, I did RSVP for 3 individuals, myself, the chairman, and Ms. Courtney. If any of the others want to attend, please let me know so I can let Mr. Roy Baker with Opportunity Florida be aware.
Yes.
Good.
We're able to get a local caterer, get some business that's catering this event too, so.
Good.
All around, pretty good.
And the Armory as a convention center site, so it's working out wonderfully.
That's great.
Just need some more outlets.
Just need some more outlets. Item 7, your medical examiner fiscal year 25 fees are attached. And where I said that we would have to get a new, probably a new contract with the new medical examiner, guess what I got late yesterday evening in the email? That contract for your approval. I will bring that at the next meeting though.
Okay.
Plenty of time for that. Darn, the sheriff left and I didn't do this. I wanted to thank the sheriff for donating 2 vehicles. God, I can't believe I forgot this. Busy morning. The first, he donated the van to Elder Care Community Council, or ECCC as we know it. That's the van that they were asking for. They're gonna use that to move supplies. The second was an SUV. He donated for the airport maintenance staff to use during their workday to move stuff around, move around on the airport. Maybe they have to send equipment to reply. If it's not strong enough, we're gonna work something else, if the engine isn't powerful enough, but yes, so it's for airport use. The good thing about that is that both of these entities saved by not having to purchasing vehicles. I really thank the sheriff, and I'll have to make sure I send him an email or letter or something to that effect. I meant to do that this morning. The item 9, no longer valid. That has been canceled. I will let the public know here in a few minutes, and your next meeting is on March 5th. I think there's a 5 o'clock workshop that afternoon, the landing at 5 o'clock. That's it. What am I looking at, Erin? She doesn't pay attention. It's 5 o'clock landing workshop in the, this.
You don't have to be hungry.
Yeah, I'm trying not. And Commissioner, that ends my report.
Okay, Commissioners, anyone have anything for Mr. Morone before we proceed?
Mr. Chairman, I just got one thing on your informational item about CHP. Any time that if there's, say, hypothetically speaking, I don't have CHP, but anyway, if there's a way, if there's potential chance that we may change insurances, can we have a workshop or, because I know some people are okay with CHP and like CHP. I mean, obviously I don't know how that process goes. If we do something that large, do we have a workshop about it, or do we talk about it, or do you just do it?
Yeah.
Hopefully it won't lead to that.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll be able to find some resolution.
Yeah, find a resolution of a mutual way to. All we're after is healthcare for our citizens. That's what insurance is about.
Yeah.
So.
But yeah, Commissioner, if it got that bad, yes, that would definitely be a workshop.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
Discussion and information, because I think the employees would want to know what they're losing, what they're gaining, how much more they're gotta pay.
Right, and that's my point.
Yes, ma'am.
Hypothetically.
Hypothetically.
It's a big target. All right.
It
Turn
is.
Schuler.
All right, a couple of information items. One is just remind the board there's been a notice of claim filed by 2 residents at Alligator Point. My recommendation, the claim was for alleged stormwater damage resulting from the construction recently of the bike path. At my recommendation, you authorize the hiring of Jack Husband's engineering firm to review the claim and provide a report. The update to that is he tells me I should receive his written report within the next 2 weeks. So I just want to let you know what's going on there. Next information item is, at the last meeting, Commissioner Ward had mentioned wanting to reduce the speed limit on a county road off, or a portion of CC Land Road, from the current speed limit down to 25. I've completed the research. I've informed Commissioner Ward that yes, that can be done. To essentially be what they don't necessarily define in the statute, but basically a reasonable inquiry that reducing the speed limit is appropriate. In talking with Commissioner Ward, she's explained to me the S curve, and there's an autistic child there in that area, as well as a church, which is congregating people. So
and a bus
all
stop.
of those, in my mind, seem like a reasonable basis to reduce the speed limit. So that is something that I just want to update the board and bring that back up as an information item. Whenever the board is ready to take action on that, then I think you're in a position to do so. That action, of course, being to reduce the speed limit.
Attorney Schuler.
The other information item is I'm going to give to the clerk the signed special use permit for McIntyre Road for your records, so she'll have that. And then the only action item I have was what the board approved this morning, which is a request from Mr. Grayson Shepherd for the AARA, which I believe is the Apalachicola Area Reef Association. They are contracting with the same gentleman they've used in the past, Mr. Bill Horn, to fill out an application for the 2024 $60,000 FWC Artificial Reef Grant, so they can put more material on the Buddy Award Reef. According to the email, there's once again zero cost to the county. When I spoke with Mr. Shepherd, my question to him was, do you want to wait until the application is completed and give that to the board, or go ahead and move forward? He explained that although there's a little bit of time, the deadline is coming up, which is March 15th, I think he said. So his request is that the board go ahead and authorize the application to be submitted, and once again designate Mr. Morone as the board's representative to sign off on whatever documents need to be signed off on. That seems like a reasonable request, particularly given the deadline. So my recommendation is that the board authorize Mr. Grayson Shepherd's request by motion and vote of the board.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Anderson, and we have a second by Commissioner Croom and Commissioner Ward. Any discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Just for the record, I'm going to deliver a copy of Mr. Grayson Shepherd's email to the clerk.
Okay. Do you have
That's all I
questions?
have.
I do, actually. Attorney Schuler, you're talking about reducing that speed limit, that speed zone. Going back, when I first got elected, I discussed about reducing the speed zone on Brownsville from, I was under the impression, and I may have misunderstood, because I was a young, little, fresh commissioner, you know, nervous. But, I was under the impression that it would take a traffic study. I mean, it's just like a mountainous hill to climb to reduce it down, because that's still a major issue. And we've got that, Sister Roach's Church right there. They have a great youth program.
Two churches.
Yeah, I know, but that one there with the youth program is just, you know, there's a lot of kids running around there. That's a congested area. You know, if we're gonna start swapping out some speed limit signs, I'd like to jump in that pool with, Commissioner Ward.
Sure.
And-
I thought the resolution on Brownsville would turn out the area to reduce the speed limit was inside the city limits, and so that just made the whole thing go away, but maybe I'm.
No, we got one block. You got basically from that four-way up to, the back of, Mr. James, Mr. James Hicks' back door right there. And that's the only part of that belongs to the city. Now, I've reached out to the city, but and the city's fine with it. I don't know if that'd be something that the city commission would have to, but I'll check back into it and circle it.
Yeah, I thought that's how it was resolved, but all the ordinance says, or excuse me, all the state statute says is that, the county may set a maximum speed limit of 25 miles per hour after an investigation determines that such a limit is reasonable. It doesn't say traffic
Okay.
study, so I'm not sure.
Like I said, you know,
that's
a year ago, I was a vibrant, fresh, young commissioner. Now I'm gray and old, so. I'll circle back around.
So is that something, Commissioner Ward, that you want to bring up on a future agenda?
Yes,
Vote
Mis-
on, or
Mr.
vote on the-
Chairman, if we could, on the agenda item for the next meeting, if we could add a motion, we could vote on that. And then maybe by that time, Commissioner Amison will research or ask the city about that. So add his, speed limit change as well, that way we can take action on both at the same time.
I don't wanna hold you up, though. I mean.
No, that's
Okay.
fine. It's been like that for years. Another couple weeks ain't gonna matter. People aren't gonna follow the speed limit. It's just a way to help enforce it better if they are speeding, so.
Yeah, I mean, in fact, the state statute says that as far as that investigation, it says it shall not be necessary to conduct a separate investigation in each residence district. And what's coming to mind right now is when y'all adopted the golf cart ordinance down at Alligator Point, there were already several roads that Commissioner Sanders said were at 25, and she wanted to keep them at 25. So I mean, y'all basically already made that determination that 25-mile-an-hour speed limit in residential areas is appropriate. So.
Okay.
Is that okay with you?
No, that's fine with me.
Okay.
Just that area there, I've got a couple residents that are handicapped, one's immobilized, wheelchair, you know, and people continue to fly. But the funny thing about that is, if you go to that roundabout there, going back out to the highway is 25, going to the airport is 25, and it's 20.
Going through the neighborhood, 35.
But going through the neighborhood is 35, and that's the most congested area. And that I'm afraid there's gonna be an accident there at some time.
There's some chickens that like to cross the road there too.
Well, I grew up on that road.
I did too. I grew up on that road too.
Right there in Johnny Turner's front yard.
Yeah.
And now that was back.
Well, my
you
cousin
know,
got almost
for
killed there at
wrecks,
the old
yeah.
Pfeiffer's place.
But I mean, it's just, and it hasn't done nothing but gotten more
congested.
dense, you know, over the years. So it needs to be addressed. But thank you for your time.
Attorney Schuler, I have a question for you before we proceed. We talked a while back, and I'm not trying to catch you off guard. I didn't think about it yesterday. Actually, I didn't have time to call anybody yesterday. I would have. Mondays at CarQuest can be challenging when you're by yourself. I know that we're coming up, I think it's at the end of the year with Alliance contract. What is I need to know for the future reference, you can let us know at the next meeting, what is I don't know, the last date that we need to tell them that if we're planning to pursue that contract again, or if we're not planning to pursue that contract again? Is it a 90-day period, or what is the?
There are a couple of deadlines for renewal or extension or
Right.
termination in that contract.
Right.
But the overriding period is a 90-day
Okay.
termination for
Okay.
convenience for either party.
Right.
So regardless of whether, let's just say it was up for renewal
Right.
tomorrow, and we've not given the contractual notice of termination, well, then it would just renew.
Okay.
And then you would, if that's the decision of the board, you would give the termination for convenience notice. So technically, it's like a lot of these other contracts we have with, for example, Panhandles and other places
Yeah.
that are
Yes.
15-year leases.
Yes.
They're really 6-month leases because they're 6-month termination for convenience by either party.
Right. Okay. Well, don't get mad at me if I ask you again. I'm just trying to make sure I keep it fresh in my mind, just so I'll know.
Not get mad, I promise.
That's all
my
good.
job.
All right, thank you. Anyone else have anything for Attorney Schuler? All right, and we're down to commissioner comments. Any commissioner comments, or we about commented out? All right, I hear silence. We are adjourned.